should go live now. Boom. There we go. So now the YouTube stream should be kicking in here. There we go. YouTube stream is now live. So YouTube is going to be kicking in. You guys are going to start seeing some YouTube peeps pop up. Excuse me. And then they'll go from there. I guess I'll make that pinned comment as well so that they know what's going on. What up, YouTube? What up? How y'all doing? You go ahead and pin this real quick. Pin message. Bam. There we go. All right. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, bro. Yeah, Mo, do your thing, man. Do your thing. BRB. I'll be here. I will be here. You can do more, but there's also outside factors. Also, I think it's your mind bringing you down. Maybe. Do I like Prydwen? I think Prydwen's cool. What's interesting, right? Here's an interesting thing. So normally Prydwen is our go-to source for global when it comes to tier list information, so on and so forth, right? Now, y'all know that I've been playing the fuck out of Chaos Zero Nightmare. So a lot of the information that I'm absorbing is from Twitter, which is very interesting. It's mostly from Twitter because a lot of the Japanese players and Korean players are all over Twitter. They're posting up their decks that are doing crazy combos. They're posting up the entire builds. They're posting up their runs for how they get it. What up, Gobu? They're doing a lot. And so a lot of the different teams, decks, strategies, all of this stuff is being mixed up. And so Prydwen has their tier list. Prydwen has their information for Chaos Zero Nightmare. And I don't agree with it. Okay, I don't agree with it in the sense that the reason I don't agree with it is because I don't even think they agree with it. Like, I think they're looking for information and they're just kind of picking and choosing what goes where based off maybe like a wide public reception. Because it's almost impossible to figure out consistent, strong placements for these characters. You know what? And here, let me just kind of show you guys, right? Just before, because we're going to be talking about the tier list today for Zenless, but I do want to show you guys real quick for, see here, y'all should be able to see this as well. Boom. I want to show you guys for CZN. So we go over to CZN, we go over to the tier list. It's going to be a little harder for you guys to see, but hopefully everything is there. Excuse me. Yeah, you guys can see everything. Cool. So you see how like tier 0 has Maylin and Hugo, then Teresa and Veronica, of course Mika, and then Kalipe, right? Okay, so some of these are pretty like spot on, unanimous. I think most people, most players who are like really diving into the game can agree on a couple things. Mika, tier 0, right? Top tier. Yeah, everyone has built their Mika. Free to plays especially, but even the whales building their Mika. Kalipe, if you get lucky and you get her, everyone is building Kalipe, right? If you have her. Those are pretty much the only unanimous across the board. Everyone agrees. Tier 0, like top tier. These some of the best characters in the game. Boom, boom. Everything else, though, right, is completely on the table. Whether or not Veronica and Teresa, Hugo, and Maylin are all tier 0, completely on the table. Why this is so important, why this is like so interesting to me, right? So drastic, is because you could make the argument that Beryl is tier 0. You can make the argument that Luke is sure as fuck not tier 2. Let me just throw that out there. You can make the argument Ren is tier 0. Maylin is tier 0. Chiron is tier 0. He's the only one in the entire game that does what he does. You could argue that Haru is tier 0. You can argue that Renoa is tier 0. Hugo is like Cassius, right? Ray. The fact that Ray isn't up here with Mika and she's the second best free to play character in the game that you get for free, even without any copies of this character, her deck builds, the variety that she has, and her ability to work on every single team, cracked. Owen is the same. Like you talk about like a Genshin trio, right? So you know, like a Bennett, Xing Shou, and Shine Ling, right? For Genshin Impact. And they're like across the board, they're always great. You can find any team to put them in, right? Owen, Mika, and Ray are that for this game. Amir is a character that no one, I'm not gonna say no one, many people had no idea how to work Amir at all. And the fact that she's sitting here in tier 2, but Mirabelle is in tier 1, and they both pretty much do the same thing, but Amir is a little bit more aggressive. You play and build her a little bit more aggressively. So going back to what I was saying, the reason why I think this entire thing is so funny, this is almost completely different than everyone else's tier list. Game 8 has their own tier list, and funnily enough, Game 8 I think is the better website for Chaos Zero Nightmare right now. And that's I've never thought to say that because I don't like Game 8's I won't say I don't like them. Normally I don't agree with Game 8. I've always seen Game 8 as like a joke, like, oh, their Star Rail tier list. Whenever I was making Star Rail content consistently, Game 8 would just always be wrong. Like there would be like maybe there's some placements that are right, but for the most part, they were always wrong in my opinion. Whereas Prydwen was a little bit closer to being correct. I didn't agree with either of them 100%, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? Excuse me. But Game 8, I think, had a Pokemon Masters tier list for a long time, and that was pretty accurate. I don't think Prydwen has a Pokemon Masters tier list, but you guys kind of get where I'm going with that, right? It's just very interesting to see like where we're placing what. But I think personally, if I were gonna use any kind of tier list, especially for CZN, it would be Game 8. But I don't even think a tier list is accurate right now. And it's very rare that I say something like that, especially when it comes to a gacha game. I had the game on earlier, but I ended up starting stream. But I mean, I can show you guys probably. It's not going to pull up if I do it here because for whatever reason, only my copy and like one other guy's copy of the game are just, they're fucked off and they don't work in full screen. It black screens and freezes. It's really weird. So I'm going to look at Rin because Rin is a character that I spent a lot of time with. And Rin is a character that a lot of people are like, oh, Rin's not that great. Like she's strong, but Rin is not that great. And I want to debunk this a little bit, okay? So why is Rin not that great? Rin isn't great because her entire gimmick is being inside of this stance. She has a dark mist stance or a dark something else stance. I think all of the cards are finally translated correctly and they all say dark mist. So yeah, the dark mist stance, right? So she gets put in that stance. When she's in this stance, almost every single one of her cards and even the epiphany versions, or especially the epiphany versions of her cards, they all gain some new ability. Your goal when playing with Rin is to keep her in dark mist stance as long as possible, or as much as possible. Now, when you're playing her with particular teams, particular cards, all of this can fluctuate. And so in Prydwen's case, and not just Prydwen, Game 8 had her at the bottom of their tier list whenever they first launched their tier list. And then I think, let me actually check it. If I'm not mistaken, Game 8 bumped her up to tier 0.5 or tier 1, something like that. Let me see. Character tier list. Where they put her? Is she still in B tier? There we go. Yeah. So now she's in A tier. They bumped her up to A tier, which, you know, double S, A tier. She's right in here with Teresa, Hugo, and Haru. So it goes to show you this character, for them, Rin was at the bottom of their tier list, right? And now she's up here in A. This is two different factors. One, like I said earlier, it's almost impossible for everybody to sit here and like crack out on the game and give all of the attention to these characters and figure out stuff, especially because nobody had access to a fully decked out game. Like there was no CE server beta or anything like that, right? That anyone could get their hands on. When creators did get server access, it was basically another beta. It was brand new. They didn't give you pulls. They didn't give you characters. It was just straight up like as if you played the game brand new, but you couldn't spend money. So whatever you got is what you got. Going back to Rin though, right? Why she's a problem to the tier list is because of the dark mist stance, and it's hard to maintain that. But that's the beauty in these card games, or these team-based games, right? Like cards and things like that. You make your own difficulty, if you will. That's the depth. That's what I'm trying to get at. And also, yo, YouTube chat, my bad. I didn't even mean to ignore you guys. I was sitting here looking at this thing for so long that I didn't even see you guys, you know, saying things and whatnot. That's completely on me. Thank you guys for the belated birthday wishes. I appreciate that. Welcome all the new people coming into the YouTube chat. Hello, hello, hello. I can see y'all now. So if you were saying something and I missed it, feel free to repeat it. I can go over it and whatnot and look at it and continue the conversation on with that from there. But moving forward with a lot of this and what's going on, right? So finishing out the Rin stuff before we move into a different character, the whole thing with Rin and like kind of like what I'm getting at is basically the simple fact that this character is nutty. Her ability to cycle through bosses, like insane single target damage, and she just deletes them. And if you build a team, right now I'm using her, or I was using her with Orlea. Orlea is a character that is, I don't like Orlea, but I understand more and more. The more I play Orlea, the more I understand. Orlea is at the very bottom of their tier list, right? Tier 2. Why? Because they don't properly understand how to use this character. This character is a monster, if you will. The longer the fight goes on, the better this character becomes, right? So I've been using Orlea with Rin, Orlea, and Mika, or Nia, depending on what you're doing, right? But I'm pretty positive I'm using Rin, Orlea, and Nia. I might swap out Nia depending on who I get, but main thing here is that she has these toughies, okay? These little creatures. You build Orlea around just like other characters. You build her so that she can automatically do some stuff. One of the things that she has is she automatically has some cards that will every turn she'll play a toughie. Like she'll just summon a creature. And she has a retain effect. Retain is basically like, hey, and I'll turn on the game. You know what? Let me just turn on the game. I'll show you guys real quick. Maybe I can make it work, but I'll turn it on and show you guys what I'm talking about. Oh, fuck. I'm not in my actual. I'm not on my account. Wait, that's weird. Why is it? It's working. Hold on. That's pretty cool. It's working for you guys. I see it. Oh, that's because I'm in fucking windowed mode. Duh. Okay, let me before we load this up, because I'm pretty positive I need to log out. Yeah, okay, so this isn't my main. This is my free to play. I mean, they're both free to play, but this is like my second account or whatever, right? So we're gonna just exit real quick. I'm gonna log out here, and then I will log back in. Give me just a moment to do all that, and we'll be Gucci. Whoa, no, wrong thing. Go back, go back, go back. Not that account. Not that account. Not that account. Just stop by to say hi and I like the stream. Have a good one. Thank you, Ace. I appreciate that, man. You call your streams the Midnight Channel. You're sick. Hey, man, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Dude, when I get like, just wait. I need a random $600. I need if I get a random $600, all right, I can make some purchases. I really want to, because I told you guys, I'm still at this place for another year, right? So I can't do a lot of feng shui in my room, and that kills me. I'm a big feng shui kind of guy. I love messing around with the room. Okay. Random $600. I can add a little bit more to my room, a little bit more EO style, right? The moment I start doing that is the moment you're going to see a content change. You're going to see a content change anyway, but you'll see a little bit more. But now we're here. All right. So let me show you guys exactly what I'm talking about, right? So this is the main account, if you will. Actually, let me see. Will this work if I do full screen, or will it brick? Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, it bricked for you guys. All right, all right, all right. I hate this shit. It's so fucking annoying when it does that. If I tab out, I don't know what the issue is with this, but if I tab out, it works. When I tab in, it magically doesn't work. So what I'm going to do to fix this, just so that you guys can kind of see what's going on, is I'm going to, pretty sure it's hide this. And I need to add the actual game. But you know what? It's not worth it. Hold on. It's not worth me doing that. It's not worth me doing that. I'm just going to, what the Sigma? Stop, stop, stop. Okay. No. This. There we go. All right, we're just gonna do this. I hate this. I hate this. But let me show you. All right. Going back to Orlea, okay? And we can even look at the team that I'm using. I'm pretty positive I'm using Rin, Orlea, and Cassius, or Rin, Orlea, and Nia. It's more than likely Nia. But Orlea. Orlea has these cards and epiphanies inside of her card, right? Let me see if I have the save data for her and then change it. And we'll go to this one. Here we go. All right. So she has certain cards with the retain effect, right? And she heals. Her whole thing is she's a jack of all trades, but excuse me, without actually being a jack of all trades. And so you get these particular cards with these epiphanies, and they can create different toughies. Each toughie does a different thing. Softy, I think she has. Let me see. Where's that damn card at? Yeah, create 3 creation cards. It's Softy, Tuffy, and Swifty, if I'm not mistaken. Here we go. Yeah. Boom. All right. So this is why Orlea is a really strong character if you have the room to fit her on your team, right? If you have a team that actually works with Orlea, she's really strong. Every turn that you have, she has an infinite retain ability. Every turn, retain will trigger. These effects happen each passing turn. Her whole thing, Orlea, is that she has cards in her deck that will force retain. Right? And because of epiphanies, you can change this up. You can do whatever you want. So this particular card, you select one card in your hand and you trigger the retain effect twice. And then because I chose this one, if that card is a softie, then you apply 2 vulnerables to all enemies. So she has a lot of debuffs and buffs in her kit, as well as damage. Where does the damage come from? The damage is going to come from, let me see if I can go back to where these are. Here we go. This one, Swifty. Swifty's retain thing, if you're looking for damage, you just keep buffing up Swifty. You keep triggering retain on him, and this 61% turns into 5,000%. Right? Like just building it up over time. That's why I say the longer the fight goes on, for whatever reason, she becomes that much stronger because she can essentially just one-shot bosses. It's dumb. Then you have one, this one, Tuffy is personally my favorite because it's pure sustain. You build up Tuffy into a level 3 Tuffy, which turns into like healing is over 100%, something like that. So every passing turn, it's passing heals. She also has another card in her deck, or one of the cards in her deck. Let me see if I can find it. But it basically auto heals you for like everything. When it's the enemy's turn, it heals you. When it's the start of your turn, it heals you. And when it's the end of your turn, it heals you. It also gives you a shield. I know that's Tuffy, but there's some epiphany that she has that lets her do it. I'd have to figure out which one of these cards I have. Maybe it's this one. It's not this one. You know what? Maybe it is, because this is my level 3 Tuffy. Yeah, maybe this is the one that lets you do it. I'm not entirely too sure. But I say all that to go back to where we at, Prydwen, right? I say all that to come back over here with Prydwen. They have her sitting inside of tier 2. And it's like this character is just underestimated. It's underestimated. Yo, it's Age's birthday, by the way. I told her happy birthday yesterday because her birthday was yesterday, right? It's not today. It should be yesterday. Or if it's today, she lied to me. She lied to me, okay? told me we had the same birthday. It can't be today. Birthday stream is today. Okay, that's different. So she's doing what I did. I made my birthday stream the day after my birthday. I spent the birthday with myself and Moon, so I get it. But yeah, how you doing, Mishra? What up, Zeta? How you doing, McDog? Guys, I pulled Pot of Greed in CZN. Pot of Greed is good. You're talking about a gear bag, right? Pot of Greed is real good in CZN. It's real good, real good. Fearless in general, Brew, they're all right. You know, I like to look at them for a sense of value and like understanding some things and whatnot. So it is what it is. What's your YouTube, bro? The link in your bio appears to be an old channel. Oh, is it? Is it an old one? Here, it's still the XS channel. Like, so I don't have a link because I'm looking at the thingy right now, but I know it's that. I know it's that. And we'll get into it in just a moment. Just a moment, we'll get into it because you'll see it on the screen anyway. But you guys see where I'm going with this, right? It's just impossible to have all this information when it comes to a whole tier system for the game. Like I said, Haru, Rin, Chiron, even Renoa. There's a deck going around right now on Twitter with Renoa where turn one, she discards the entire deck or some crazy ass combo, but it's consistent. They discard the entire deck. Boom, 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 boom. Everything's gone. She pulls out a whole hand of her dirge bullets, which is how she does her gunshots, right? She plays one card. This one card, for all the dirge bullets in your hand, it increases the damage by that much. Boom, 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 kills whatever's in front of her. Then the way the dirge bullets work, here I'll show you guys. I don't have her on this account, but I should be able to just kind of like point it out. Maybe, I don't know. Here, and then we go into, is it Agent Collection? We go into Renoa, we go into cards. There we go. So the way her dirge bullets work, right? There it is. Whenever you discard this, you do more damage. And then if it's exhausted, so it leaves your hand, even if you didn't play it, she does the damage anyway. She'll shoot the bullet, which is great. So now you just had a whole handful, like 9 or 10 dirge bullets appear in your hand out of nowhere. You just blasted the enemy with this particular card, which just deletes enemies. And then if there's anything left over, boom, 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 she just kills it. So it's like having this character sit inside of tier 1, which I'm not saying that she needs to be tier 0. I'm just going over the fact that like every character in this game is viable. Anyone seriously playing CZN will tell you how viable every single character in this game is. And it's so difficult to say which character is better than the other because they're all insane. Beryl has one-shot combos that are super consistent and they delete bosses. Like, and she's supposed to be a sub DPS / support character, but it's in Selena, right? It's insane. Selena has a crazy deck build that allows her to pretty much mark enemies and then AoE them every single time you attack. Cassius is a fucking infinite drawer. Like, that dude is Yugi. He's literally Yugi Moto. I do whatever I want. It's always my turn. Okay. It's crazy. Some characters I can say are probably safer to make some assessments on because they don't do enough right now. Magna might be one of those characters, right? Even though Magna's insanely strong, she's basically the S rank version of Maribel. Insanely strong character that's based off defense. So the more defense they have, which they buff their own defense, then that's their damage, right? Their defense is their damage. They also do counterattacks. So whenever they take damage or the team takes damage, they fight back with that, you know, X percentage boosted on their defense. Very strong characters, but requires you to play a little bit differently. So that's all this game is. It's just tons of strategy. I didn't really want to harp on this for too long. Like I said, I just found it really interesting, the difference between Prydwen and kind of like how they view a lot of the characters, and then Game 8 and how they view a lot of the characters. And this has just been a thing where like I've found myself more on Game 8's website, which I normally don't do. And earlier I mentioned the same thing. I found myself on Game 8's website and Twitter and even Reddit. I hate Reddit, but I've just found myself a lot more on websites and forums for CZN compared to Prydwen. Not a shot to Prydwen at all. It's just interesting. But what I will say is I still stand by what I said before when I was talking about it was endless. I think they're doing a lot. They're doing too much. And I don't know where the team is. I don't know like how much the team is in terms of like what they got going on, but it is what it is. But that's it. Let me close out CZN. Do you have mail? We do. Ooh. 15. 15. We love to see it. We love to see it. Alt F4. All right. Alt F4. But yeah, guys, we are going to be talking about Zenless's tier list here in a bit. Here in a bitty bit. I don't know why I did that. It just kind of slipped out, you know. Turn the light on a little bit. Turn the light up. Ah, it's so bright. It's so bright. So bright. But I wanted to be a little brighter. Excuse me. What'd you order? Thanks for the tip. We didn't order anything, did we? Squiggly Bean in tier 0.5. Who the fuck is Squiggly Bean? I'm waiting for the ad to finish. You guys got 2 minutes worth of ads. I don't know where that happened, where that came from, but I'm just waiting for the ads to finish up, and then we'll jump into the actual tier list and kind of talking about it. I guess I should probably be on full screen as well so that they know. Get that eye off me, Abby. R99, it's slept on. I've heard nothing. Excuse me. I've heard nothing but good things about R99. Nothing but good things about R99. I've even heard that if you're looking for strategy, Reverse 1999 has a better turn-based system with combat and the difficulty, the strategy, than even Starro. And it's not even to say like Starro has a lot going for it, but at the time it was being compared to that. I thought that Chipotle shirt was real for a second. I used to work there. Hey, you know what I'm saying? We got this from DreamHack. We got this from DreamHack, man. You haven't played the new mode? No. I haven't. Dude, I've been gone. Mal, I left. Remember, I went to DreamHack. So for almost like 5 days, I didn't play any Hoyo game. I didn't play Wuthering. I didn't play Zenless. I didn't play Genshin, Star. I didn't play. The only thing I played for those 5 days was, you can ask Moon. I played Chaos Zero Nightmare. I was playing it in the Uber. I was playing it in the hotel. I woke up. I turned on Chaos Zero Nightmare. In the bathroom, I'm playing Chaos Zero Nightmare. At the convention, I was playing Chaos Zero Nightmare. That's when I started my second account. I was like, you know what? I've done everything I can for the day on my main account, but I don't want to stop playing. I'm going to boot up my second account, the one that I was re-rolling on, but then I dropped it. I'm like, all right, you got it. So I just did it, you know? And that's why one of my accounts is 41 and the other is 31. Who was newest Hoyo game? Who was newest Hoyo game? But to be fair, is very Hoyo-esque. Who was new Hoyo game? What? That game's got us in a chokehold. It does. It's so good. It's so good. I just did not think it was gonna be. Anyway, I didn't flex right there. Someone's gonna clip that. They're gonna be like, bro, weak ass motherfucker. I didn't flex my arms. Leave me alone. All right, leave me alone. You got to catch me after a gym pump. All right, when I hit the gym and I come back from a pump, then I'll be like, ugh, check out my arms, bruh. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. I said Woo was a Hoyo game. No, I'm okay. I was just mentioning that I didn't play anything. You said I'm sniffing my pits. Nah, bro. See, I just got out of the shower. Okay, I put on the deodorant. I got some lotion on. You know what I'm saying, man? Yo, Rezzy, thank you for the super chat, bro. I appreciate that. Nice. I also appreciate the happy birthday, bro. Thank you. Hopefully you're having a good day or a good night. It's nighttime for me. Dark outside. There's no sunlight, and we're worried about the visitors. No, I'm not human. Coming to a theater near you. Oh, excuse me. I'm finding out people ain't messing with that new up-and-coming Arknights game. Wonder why, to be honest. Infield, I mean, okay. I think there's two. I'm gonna try Infield with this upcoming beta that they have. I'm gonna try and get into it. But I think Infield did something that I don't fully agree with it, but I need to play it in order to solidify my statement. So what I'm going to say, and what I know someone like, I think it was Toro, right? Or Tobito. Tobito does not like the new changes, and he made that very clear months ago, because Arknights is not supposed to be another action / like an ARPG. It's not supposed to be another Wuthering. It's not supposed to be like a Zenless or a Genshin or anything like that. So you're supposed to put a lot more strategy and thought into how you play the game. But apparently, I didn't watch the live stream either. I'm just going off what I heard. Apparently, what they did was they doubled down and they made dodge much more lenient, and they pretty much turned it into an action RPG. And I heard that Tobito was not happy, made that very clear. I think he talked about it in the community post, and he was out of there, right? He's like, I don't like this. And I think a lot of other people are like that too, because that's just not the game they wanted. No, I don't. See, Genesis, and I can't even say he's a doomer because I agree. I'm not that invested in like what it is, right? What up, Ty? We're good tonight? Nah, not really. We haven't gone over the Prydwen stuff yet, though. We're about to. But yeah, I can't even say that he's in the wrong. I understand like a lot of people don't like that, but I agree with him. So here's the thing. Just briefly, right? I don't think every game should turn into Genshin Impact. I don't think every game should turn into Wuthering Waves or Zenless or whatever. I think if a game wants to come out like a gacha game, whatever, and wants to hold its identity, then it should hold its identity. If it came out and is like, hey, we want to implement dodging, which it wasn't there in the original beta. I think it was a parry system or something like that. Whatever. Anyway, point being is that it was not action RPG-ish, all right, but it was open world and a lot more that was going into it. If that's something they wanted to do, I think they should have just leaned into that way more. We talked about this yesterday, right? We talked about like games not having identities, or rather they're trying to appease they're trying to appease too many audiences, right? Two different audiences. You have the audience that wants the game to be more casual. This is the player that they want the dodge, right? Oh man, I want to be able to dodge. I want the witch time. I want to slow down effect when I dodge. I want to be able to just mash my attacks for free and not have to think. Then you have the players, pretty much the original Arknights community as well. They enjoy Arknights because you can't do that. You have to think. Every decision counts, right? So it makes it difficult to appease both audiences. And then if you look at this from a marketing perspective, right? Most of the not so casual, the hardcore player base, right? The ones that want to take their time, they want to do the strategy, the in-depth things, so on and so forth, the tactical, and difficulty. Most of them, it's not that they aren't funding the games, it's that they're not vocal enough. Like they're not the loud minority or loud majority, whatever it is. I'm pretty sure it's loud minority. They're not the loud ones, right? The loud ones and the ones that are playing the game and talking about the game and making YouTube videos and in everybody's comments, you should play this, you should play this, you should play this. This is your hyper casual to casual player base. Good example of this is quite literally Wuwa and Genshin Impact. And every other gacha game is aiming for communities like that. You don't hear a lot of people talking about Arknights except the people that already play Arknights. Arknights isn't gaining brand new players that are just taking over the internet and everyone should be playing Arknights. Everybody should be jumping into Arknights, right? They're not doing that. The same thing goes for PGR, right? Punishing Grey Raven before Wuthering Waves. Great game now. Allegedly super free to play friendly. I don't agree, but according to them, super free to play friendly, right? Awesome combat. Some of the best combat in a gacha game that you'll find. There's so many positives to why people talk about Punishing Grey Raven, but you don't hear about it except from the PGR players. Only the PGR players talk about PGR, and they don't talk about it enough that everyone is talking about it. This isn't a knock to them either, right? I want to make that very clear. This isn't knocking these communities. What I'm saying is that they're not popular enough for that casual audience. Every gacha game developer wants the casual audience because the casual audience, Lil Timmy is a part of the casual community. He is the one on Twitter defending the game with his life. That's what he's doing. That's what they want. They want that audience. They want the audience that's going to sit on Twitter all day, going to sit in Twitch chats all day, YouTube comments all day, Discord and Reddit all day, defending the game with their life. That's what they're looking for. So I get it. I get why they're making the change to you know, add more lenient dodges, or something that I know Chaotic wasn't a fan of was the blueprint system. Don't let other players copy the blueprint, right? Like if they see it, they can copy it, sure, but it shouldn't be like a, hey, I made my blueprint, now I'm gonna send it off to you, and now you can just do, like, it'll just do the work for you. Chaotic was super against that because he felt like it takes away from the principle behind the factory system in the first place, which, after learning a little bit more about the factory system during the last beta, I agree. Now, at the same time, I love Animal Crossing, so I understand that blueprints could be a much more comfortable way to introduce somebody into the factory system without overwhelming them, because the factory system is very overwhelming. But we know that's not going to happen. What we know is, even like with, for instance, I think Legions made this statement during the previous beta, and he mentioned something along the lines of like he didn't want to do the factory system at all, and he was very for being able to just copy a blueprint, lay it out, and be done with it. He didn't want to do any of the work behind the factory. Oh, excuse me. And a lot of players are like that. A lot of players feel that way because they just don't want to do it, you know? Can I suggest a video on that? You can. Will I have time to watch it today? Probably not. But if you put it in the Hey EO section, I will eventually get to it. My man, he had it ready to go. I'm not going to click that. Not because I don't want to. I mean, I don't want to, but it just, you had it, so Genesis had it ready to go. But can I suggest something real quick? Yet link sent. How did you have that ready already? Salius, what'd you say? It was Elias. So long as they don't cancel the original Arknights game, I think diversifying the game or genres is a good thing. I agree with you to an extent. The reason I say to an extent is because let's reference PGR compared to Wuthering, right? Or even Honkai Impact compared to Genshin Impact. When you have these original games that are already niche in their own category, you've already established the foundation of player base that you will have. You're not going to gain a large number of players that completely change how your game is perceived in these other communities online or even in the development office. It's done. HI3 is not getting a brand new rework. They tried that with part 2. They tried it. PGR is not getting a brand new rework where so many new players are coming into the game. You mentioning the DMC collab, great example. Let me debunk that. Everyone jumped on PGR for the DMC collab. Not everyone, obviously, but you know what I'm saying. It was great, phenomenal. It was an awesome collab. That collab was primarily for gaining new players, hopefully long term, and for their core player base. Look at how many people turned on PGR, played the game, possibly gave it money, pulled the DMC characters, and now they don't play the game. I guarantee you they have not logged into the game in months. They haven't. Why? Wuthering Waves. That's it. That's the hard truth about it. And again, it's not a knock to the communities. Nothing wrong with PGR. I think PGR is one of the, I won't say one of the best, but it's a great game. It's a phenomenal game if that's what you're into. I love the combat. I like the things. I don't really like the buttons. Like how you have to basically connect the dots. I'm not a fan of that personally, but the actual combat itself, like implementing it, I do like. I do like that. I think PGR has a lot going for it, but that's not what that casual base wants, right? The ones that are yapping about your game for 40 hours a day on Twitch. That's not what they want. They went right back to Wuthering Waves. And again, nothing wrong with going back to Wuthering Waves, but you pick up what I'm putting down. You see where I'm going with that. So everybody wants that type of game. They all want a forever game. They all want a forever game. And it's not the easiest to give them that forever game or make that forever game. Changing up the genre, diversifying, as you mentioned, Salias, while like I said, I agree to an extent. changing it up isn't something that I would, it's not something that I would say is beneficial in the long run, because making a game for everyone creates a game for no one. Obviously, that's not like super exact because, you know, somebody gonna play the fucking game, but this is how you get in the situations where you have a mixed audience, and the audience that you have are there. We talked about it yesterday. Conflicting player base. We mentioned, hell yeah, I'm watching my words. we mentioned Wuthering yesterday, and I talked about why the player base was split. There's two communities for Wuthering Waves. You could say the same thing or something very similar to Zenless as well. But I think in Zenless's case, it's more of like a war within the community, and it's not that they have two different communities. So what does that mean? Just for me to reiterate, when I said that Wuthering has two different communities, what that means is one community for Wuthering Waves wants the they want the game to move closer towards that Souls-like Monster Hunter, the depth that Twitter was talking about, right? Like they want the deep gameplay in Wuthering Waves. They want the team-based gameplay, and they want the monsters, they want the enemies, they want all this stuff to feel punishing and rewarding. They want a reason for why they're grinding for the game. They want a reason to get better at the game, and they want a reason to basically say skill issue. Everybody that like cracks out on a game wants a reason to say that innately or subconsciously. The other community, as I mentioned yesterday, and I know people will take offense to that, but it's the Neo Genshin community, right? They don't want all the other shit we just talked about. They say they do, but they don't. The reason why I'm saying they don't, and I know I shouldn't speak for everybody, so I apologize in advance because I don't want to offend, and I know somebody's gonna take offense. But the reason I say that they don't want that is because if they did want that, then it wouldn't be a split vocal, like the vocal outburst that happened in regards to these games wouldn't exist if everyone wanted the same thing. If everyone wanted Wuthering to be the exact same and go down this route of, like I said, the Monster Hunter, the Souls, like whatever, right? Like a much more deep combat, right? A game that makes you feel some type of way. It really pushes you to your limits. If everyone wanted that, Wuthering being, or Kuro being the receptive developer that they are, would have changed their direction very hard in order to push it in that direction, right? But we see Wuthering's not doing that. Wuthering is making this mixture of complex characters, right? So boom, casual gameplay. And so instead of these things coming together, because you can't do that, you can't create these complex fucking characters that have all these options, tech, the depth, right? And then give them casual gameplay. Why? Because there's no reason for you to use any of it, which means you aren't going to use it. This creates something that I argued about last year. I argued about it at the beginning of this year, and people tried to use it against me when I talked about like why I was hyped for these type of characters coming into Wuthering Waves, why I was hyped for these type of characters coming into Zenless Zone Zero. So I'm just going to repeat the exact same words that people used against me, other creators used against me, whatever, right? Why would I do any of that if I don't have to do it? That is their mentality. Now what's happening, right? It all comes full circle because fucking EO's always wrong, right? Or I make bad takes. That's what it was. That's what I want. I make EO bad take EO, right? Sure. It comes full circle back to what I said. Everyone is repeating what I said back then, but they don't give me the credit for saying it because they all have in their head that I never said it. Oh, that's not what you said, right? Cool. So elaborating on all of this context, elaborating on where the game is right now. Now you have people defending Wuthering Waves and saying why it's this deep strategical, in-depth combat, based game. where everything matters, all of your decisions matter, and you need to be on point at all times. It all matters because you get a reward. What's the reward? You clear faster. You're a better player. You're more this, you're more that. All things that I stated are good things that make a player want to improve. But those same things were used against me. The player base is split and they don't accept it. Maybe some of them do, but it's the community split. The same thing that I'll say with Wuthering, I say it with Zenless. Why I say the community isn't split though is because it's not really a community split. It's a small player base split that has accepted what the game is supposed to be, or rather what the developers say the game is, but the developers aren't pushing this direction themselves. What do I mean by that? Very similar to what I talk about when it comes to, as I just mentioned with Wuthering, the tech, the depth of combat, having a reason for doing X, Y, Z, whatever. All of that stuff exists in Zenless. Players having to do that stuff, for the most part, is rewarded in-game where you're supposed to do it. Zenless sucks at teaching you why you should be doing these things. And so you just get hit hard or really hard when it happens. You go from clearing the game really easily. You get to like about late game, in game, right? Somewhere in between there, and you get hard, like boom, hard brick wall right in your face. It's not the community being split. It's the community, or rather the player base, not accepting that's what it is. And so they fight against it, right? The Wuthering community isn't fighting against the game. They're not fighting against the developers per se. They're just split in what each of them want. One wants this, the other wants that. The Zenless community are fighting amongst themselves, essentially, about where the game is either going, trying to go, or should go. And so it all comes to this weird mixture of like, why do it if I don't have to do it? That's Wuthering. Same question in Zenless. Why do it if I don't have to do it? But now in Zenless, you have to do it. You have to improve. You can't just close your eyes, jack off, and beat the game. Can't do it. At some point, you have to put in work. And players don't want to. This is where we got the whole like, I feel like the game is moving in a direction that's making it harder for me who's invested into like only this one archetype. I only did this one thing. I only pulled Astra as my only support because she just works, and Nicole. And now I feel like the game is punishing me. Hey, they're making new enemies for these new agents or new archetypes that I knew it was in the game. I saw them building up the archetypes. I watched them have 3 whole patches of a whole different archetype, and I chose not to invest into the new archetype. And now it feels like I'm being punished for not investing into the new archetype, right? But it's a gacha game. We knew they were doing it. Like we actively watched them do it. And so it blows my mind how I pretend I do not see it, right? It's crazy. So again, that's why I say it's not a community split when it comes to Zenless. It's the players, like they're just at each other, right? Whatever. Anyway, moving past that, rounding this entire thing up. Hopefully you guys can see. I know this started off as like fucking Arknights or whatever, but it's just the whole thing about losing or diversifying. It's only so good. Yo, Sticky Icky, thank you for the Prime sub, baby. I appreciate that. Damn, you're on night and I can finally hit the stream. I don't know. I'm testing out like all different things, right? So if you guys like night streams, if that's more of y'all's thing, I'm here for it. I like yapping at night. Most of the time I'm either asleep or playing games or like chilling in Discord, but I can do both. We'll see. It all comes back to Hoyo in the end. But hopefully you guys understand exactly where I'm coming from, right? Like you can only diversify from your original, whatever it is, your original base, so much. because that's where you've built the audience. Arknights being a game about strategy, depth, tactical awareness, a chessboard system, if you will, right? Real-time strategy game. Yeah, Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem's RTS, right? Pretty sure Fire Emblem's RTS. If it's not, then it's some other TS, but you get what I'm saying. That is the original Arknights. Your community, who already are invested in your original game, they're not looking to change. If an Arknights player, this is the key thing. If an Arknights player wants to play Genshin Impact, they will go play Genshin. If they want to play a game like Wuthering, they will just play Wuthering. So when you make a new game with the label or identity of Arknights, they're not expecting this game to be a carbon copy of Genshin or Wuthering Waves. Not RTS, just turn-based. All right, thank you. Just turn-based or tactical strategy. Okay. But that's not what they're looking for. So if you tweak this, you diversify so far away from what their original thing is, you're losing your original player base, right? Your original founders. You're losing more than you gain, because now you get into competition. If in the event they release the new game, and let's say that it's way closer to an action RPG, Genshin, Wuthering, whatever, you're now competing with the same player base who plays Genshin, who plays maybe Honkai Impact, who plays PGR, who plays Wuthering, and you're adding up something that we talked about yesterday: time. There's only so much time in the world, and I know for a fact the majority of players who play 50 different gacha games every single day, they keep up with all of them, free to play, by the way. They don't have enough time, nor do they have money. Nor do they have fucking money, because all their time is spent on gacha games. You can't play everything. You have to pick. Because of that, something's gonna get dropped. They're gonna drop it, bro. So it's up in the air. It's up in the air. And Genesis, I hear you. I'm not even saying that it's a carbon copy because they added a dodge. The dodge is slightly irrelevant to the entire ecosystem, or not an ecosystem, the entire argument as a whole. It's not about the dodge itself. It's about the changes they're making that are removing the strategy that makes Arknights what it is. You're replacing depth, complexity, strategy, a need for strategy. You have to learn how to play the game. You're replacing what makes it its own thing with a much more casual approach. In a sense, just like I said with Wuwa, just like I said with Zenless, you are losing a piece of your identity. That is never good. No matter how you flip, twist, and spin it, it's never a good thing. Maybe it's I don't agree with that statement. That's why we differ. I don't believe that it's removing strategy, since I played tons of games. So I guess, like, let's look at it this way. Trying to think of a real boy game. We just talked about Fire Emblem. How many of you guys in chat love Fire Emblem or have played it, right? If a new Fire Emblem game comes out, you guys play the Fire Emblem game. Three Houses, Fire Emblem 3, Breath of Fire, right? Like you guys play those, yeah? Breath of Fire is his own game, but you guys get what I'm saying. Or Shadows of Almia, okay? So we all understand turn-based strategy game. Players on a board. Fire Emblem Awakening, love that one. We all understand what Fire Emblem is, right? Now let me ask you, how many of you guys play, what's the name of that fuck ass game? It's still a Fire Emblem game. Nintendo made it. The Fire Emblem that it's Hyrule Warriors, but it's Fire Emblem. No, not Encore, not Encore, not Encore. Encore is Heroes. Thank you. Heroes. Heroes. How many of you guys play Fire Emblem Heroes? Wait, is it Heroes? No. Heroes is another turn-based, isn't it? No, not the mobile game. No. It's a game that plays like, okay, Hyrule Warriors, aka Dynasty Warriors. There's a Dynasty Warriors Fire Emblem game. Is it Three Hopes? It's Three Hopes. Let me see. Yeah, okay, Three Hopes. Yeah. This one. You're right. This one, chat. Look. So we just talked about Fire Emblem. How many of you guys play this game? How many of you guys play this game? Did I get thicker? Shit. I've been putting on weight, bro. I got muscle now. I'm trying to cut it. I'm trying to cut the fat, but I got muscle now. Hell yeah. No, I've played it. I did. I know of it, but didn't play of it. Never heard of it. All of these are mixed, right? But we knew what the original Fire Emblem was. We all played other forms of Fire Emblem. We're not playing this. This isn't even Fire Emblem. If I asked one of you what Fire Emblem was, identify Fire Emblem right now. You're going to tell me turn-based strategy game. You're not going to tell me, oh yeah, Fire Emblem is like Dynasty Warriors. It's a hack and slash. You go around the map and you kill all the enemies and then you fight the boss at the end. You're not doing that. This is, and so Genesis, right? That's why I'm saying, like, that thing that I'm mentioning about identity is so important. Not even just from a player perspective, from a marketing perspective. It's so important to not lose that. I understand that gacha games are usually held to a different degree, but it's still a game. It's still a game, right? So if I'm talking about Arknights and I mention Arknights and I say, oh yeah, Arknights Infield, and someone knew what the original Arknights was, and I said Infield, and they say like, oh, what's Infield? I've never heard of that game before. Like, is that Arknights? Yeah, it's Arknights, but it's basically Arknights if it was Genshin Impact. I don't really want to play that because that's not the identity. Legend of Zelda. I can't stand fucking Age of Calamity. Like, it's fun for 2 minutes. You know what I mean? Like the Legend of Zelda Dynasty Warriors, it's fun for 2 fucking minutes, bro. If I want to play a Zelda game, I'm gonna turn on a Zelda game. A Breath of the Wild, Ocarina of Time, right? Even the ones on the DS, Phantom Hourglass. I'm going to play a Zelda game. I'm not turning on fuck ass Age of Calamity. I'm not doing that. Because it's not Zelda. It has the characters, right? It's using Zelda as a name, but it's not Zelda. So I'm not gonna play it. Look at how many people were upset. Mind you, the game is fucking amazing. Look at how many people were upset when Pokemon took the direction of Legends of Arceus and now with Legend ZA. And to be completely honest, that's a great change for them because it plays like Pokemon. When you watch Pokemon the anime, Pikachu, I choose you. Use Thunderbolt now. Pika Pika, boom. It plays exactly like you see it in the anime. So it works. But we don't see this with Fire Emblem. My Discord, oh shit. Why does it? Oh, you know what it is? It's because Mail doesn't activate streamer mode. I bet you that's what it is. Let me turn on streamer mode. I got y'all. My bad. Man, y'all be saying it like it's loud. All you hear is like a little boot oop. That's all y'all hear is a little tiny budoop. That's it, bro. That's it, bro. That's all y'all hear is a little budoop, man. But hopefully you guys understand what I'm saying with that, right? Hopefully you guys understand. And yeah, thank you for letting me know right now, because we definitely would have gotten into the recording part after that and we were like, badoop, 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 badoop. But it's fine. You see what I mean? Yeah, it's that the game defines how it approaches genre. Makes exactly, right? And so yeah, spin-offs are fine. We can have a series goof off in different styles. It's okay to dumb stuff like that down. Frankly, Three Hopes might bring a new audience into awareness of the Fire Emblem series. Exactly. And so now, like I said, we look at this. That's why I mentioned earlier with Wuthering Waves and PGR, it's not to like shame either game, right? Like I said, PGR is a great game, but I mentioned it because how many people learned about Kuro, got into Wuthering Waves. Oh, this combat's fire. The action's great. I love this game. Went to PGR, and we have tweets, we have videos, we have so much information, even from your own Wuthering Waves content creators. We have all this information on record of them going back to PGR and then saying, game's really not for me. I don't really like it. It doesn't play like what I thought it would be. I'm just going to continue to play Wuthering Waves, but it's a great game. It's just not for me. You have so many people on record doing that because they were introduced to the quote unquote spinoff, the more casual game. Wuthering is more casual than PGR. They've been introduced to this, right? Now they can't go back. They can't. If you give little Timmy, little 4-year-old or 6-year-old Timmy, Pokemon Legends ZA or Arceus, and he loves it. You give him Let's Go Pikachu, and he loves it. I can throw my Pokeball. I can catch the Pokemon. And then I give this little nigga Red and Blue. He gonna put it down. He not even making it past Pallet Town. He not even gonna hit Viridian City. Mans will never go into the fucking Professor Oak's lab and get his Pokemon. He not gonna go up and get the parcel because he's already been experienced. I've already tainted him. I've spoiled him with the better system, the better game, or the more casual approach. That's a better way to say that. I've spoiled him with the more casual approach. So he's already familiar with what it is. He's not going backwards. Even my boy Lotus. Lotus has recently been on a run lately, going back and playing all the older Pokemon games. And it's not that he couldn't play it back then, right? Maybe he couldn't because like a system, or he didn't have a system like that, right? But like what I'm saying is that he's played the newer games. He's gone back and he has like a Twitter thread where he talks about his experience, and he even makes videos where he talks about his experience on the games. My favorite Pokemon game is Gen 5, right? I think Gen 5 is their best. It had the best author for the story. Like they were cooking. Okay. A lot of players who love Pokemon, their favorite game is Emerald or Platinum, somewhere between Gen 3 and Gen 4, right? Maybe even Gen 5 if you want to include that. Lotus doesn't like them. He likes the newer games because he's already been spoiled by the newer casual approach that is supposed to make the genre better. Diversify it, if you will. Y'all see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's not a bad thing to diversify. So if Infield does decide, hey, we do want to take a little bit more of a casual approach, cool. Don't take too far of a step, right? If there's 10 steps down the hallway, right, for you to go down the stairwell, there's 10 steps. Don't jump from 10 to 1. Don't jump from 10 to 4, right? One at a time. Hey, we're gonna make the dodge a little bit more casual. It's gonna be a little more lenient. You don't have to worry about like how strict the dodging is in this game. We're gonna make it a little more lenient, like woo-wah. We're testing the waters. But then if they decided, you know what, we're gonna give you blueprints to the factory system as well. You don't even gotta think about factories. Just wait for a more experienced player to make your factory, see how efficient it is, copy it, and then use it for yourself. Ooh, okay, so now we're skipping 3 stairs, possibly 4 stairs. What's next? Because the game still hasn't come out yet. We still got the beta coming out. What is it? End of this month or next month, something like that. So now what happens after that? hey, we know we introduced a 3 combat system, right? Where you control the main character and you have the other 2 characters and they play themselves, but then you can swap into them. We're going to remove your ability to do that. And instead, what we're going to do is we're going to optimize the NPCs or your partner characters so they always combo off of whatever you're doing at the opportune time. So all you have to think about is the one DPS character that you play. You have now jumped from 10 all the way down to like the second step. Making more decisions, right? That's why the dodge is quite literally opening the door. That's all it is. It's opening the door and then it's seeing how far you can jump down the staircase. That's what I was mentioning earlier. I understand where Tobito is coming from. I agree with him to an extent, just like I agree with you or you guys to an extent. But there's only so many steps you can jump down before you lose the identity entirely. You spent all that time making the base, making the factory system, and that's a very pivotal part of the game, by the way. The factory system is a very important piece of the game. It's how you get your materials. It's how you grind. It's how you AFK. Even the tower defense that Arknights players are used to exists in a 3D realm in the factory system. You said yes. I didn't know I was filming. I mean, this might be a video. I'm yapping too much. It'll be a video, but it was supposed to be a 10-minute yap, and it's not because, man, I don't know what it is, but y'all really get me going. And here we are. I feel they can't not include blueprints. Look at Factorio and Satisfactory. They both have blueprints. I'm not opposed to the blueprints. I'm not. But here's my thing. I think it should be closer to how Animal Crossing Super Casual. I think the blueprints should be closer to how Animal Crossing's blueprints operate. The way they operate is, one, you need the materials. You can't make whatever it is without the materials. And two, you still have to physically go do it. I want to copy this person's entire town. You still need to physically go put piece wherever it is. You just have to, you have the blueprint to like knock it out of the park, right? They mentioned that in the live stream that you do need the mats. That's perfect. That's great. So as long as they keep stuff like that in place, it should be good. It should be good. That's why, like, I haven't signed up for it yet. I'm getting ready to, but I'm actually really excited to see what this latest beta is going to be. Because I just kind of want to see where they're taking it. I really enjoyed my time playing the previous beta. It was great. And my favorite thing about the game was quite literally the strategy behind it. Quite literally the strategy. Start and finish talking about the Z's chillers before I gotta go. Oh my gosh, bro. All right. We're gonna appease Mal here for just a sec. Mal, let me go take a tinkle, okay? I'm gonna go piss. Guys, if you watch this entire video and I did a lot of rambling, I'm not even gonna say my bad on that one. My bad to the stream. My bad to stream, because I wasn't supposed to be talking that long about like identities, games, y'all know what it is, okay? But we here now. Anyhow, if you enjoyed it and you want to see more content like that, leave a like down below. If you didn't enjoy it and you don't want to see more comments or content like that, you can dislike the video. Will I listen to you? Probably not. And in fact, if I see a dislike ratio larger than my like ratio, I'm gonna double down just to be an asshole. Just to be, you know what I'm saying? I can't say my usual outro because it's inappropriate for you to like the video, comment, subscribe. Smell you later. Boom, that one's done. I'm gonna go tinkle. Mal, we're gonna jump into the tier list just for you, because I think it is kind of funny. It's spicy. Ooh, spicy. But BRB. All right, hold on, y'all hold y'all britches. Get another bottle of water. I've returned. Excuse me. Fuck. I keep burping. I keep burping. Ah. All right. All right. All right. All right. Dang. See, I'm about to start it, right? You guys got hit with an ad. I didn't even do that. I didn't even do it. It just happened. It just happened. Ooh, we got Yuki leaks. Ooh, she's order. Fuck. I need to know who she's gonna play with. I need to know what her team is gonna be stat like ASAP. Damn, Shimmer came in clutch. Shimmer came in clutch. Did I already watch the kill? No. We gotta do the tier list first. We're gonna do the tier list first. But right now, it's like 30 seconds. I'm waiting for ad break to finish up. He went to go get milk. Shit. I don't even like milk, bro. But like, let's just say that I did leave to go get milk. What would keep me from returning to you guys, right? If I went to go get milk and I got milk from like the original source, like the homegrown, you know what I'm saying? If I went somewhere, wink, wink, and I got the homegrown milk, wink, wink, I'm probably not coming back. Don't the fuck me, okay? Don't do that. Don't. And I imagine you typing that and you going, the fuck? Don't do that to me. You said, please stop. Yo, I could not leave. I could not leave, you know? You said Eminem. I don't even like M&Ms, bro. Soul, I don't even like M&Ms, man. I don't even like M&Ms, you know? But I'm just saying, you know? Right? Because like, you know, oh, you're talking about the boys, man? Yeah. I like where it come from. That's it. I like the aesthetic, you know, sue me, okay? I like the aesthetic. Now I know who Mother's Milk is. I know. I know. Mo, you're too young for this conversation. Mo, chill it out, okay? Time out, Mo. You're too young for this conversation. Aren't you like 14? Okay, you can't even plug your ear holes up. Plug them up. All right. When I talk about the naughty, you need, as soon as you hear something that sounds inappropriate, plug your ear holes up. You don't need to be listening to none of that. Man. All right, guys. It's time, okay? It's time that we talk about the Prydwen tier list. Damn, EO, you've been doing a lot of tier lists. At this point, guys, I'm just gonna accept it. It's content. All right. But I was right. I called it. In the previous tier list, I told you guys where I thought Yidhari was going to be placed. I told you who I thought was going to get bumped up. I told you who I thought was going to get bumped down. And for the most part, I think there's like literally one, maybe two that I didn't call. And we're here now. But I was right. And it feels so good for me to be able to say that. Not even because like I want to be you always gonna be right. Nope. That's not why it feels good. It feels good to know my insight is still immaculate. I'm ahead of the game. I'm telling you guys play by play about what's going to happen, who's going to improve, where to go where. And all it does is validate me and being able to continue to do it. That's it. Well, let me show y'all what I'm talking about. I can show you guys better than I can tell you. If you want to see this stuff live, though, I am live on twitch.tv/IYOKUU. There might be a pop-up somewhere that happens here. I'm also live right now, currently on YouTube. We're doing like this whole like YouTube short live stream kind of thing, testing the waters for that. Been pretty successful so far. But if you want to see that, that's where I'm at. Okay. So we're going to go over and we're going to do this thing right here. You're going to see me talk about the Prydwen tier list. And then bam. All right. Right here on the tier list. The change log. I feel like I don't really need to read this. Every time I read the change log, the video turns out to be 1 hour and 47 minutes. And I don't want to do that. But what I do want to do, what I want to do. Cut that part out. Don't don't leave that in there. Don't leave that in there, okay? But let me see if I can like move me real quick so I can get a little bit more hand action. There we go. Yeah, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Okay, that's not ash. That's just a dark spot. That's just a dark spot. Nice. Nice. All right. So we're here now. I'll look at the change log as needed. How about that, right? I'll look at the change log as needed. You guys said I want to do no. You guys are gross, man. Listen, I kink shame, okay? I'm into some weird shit, but I absolutely fucking kink shame. So you guys coming in here talking about your fucking poop fetish, I'm a kink shame the shit out of you. I just want y'all to know that. I just want y'all to know that, all right? But anyway, let's right here, I'm gonna like kind of cut it off a little bit because I don't want to go down. I want to just focus on tier 0 and tier 0.5. Bam, I told y'all. What did I say in the last one? What did I just say in the last one? What up, Proton? How you doing? You came into a great stream today, bro. Let me ask you, did you come here from the notification or are you scrolling? Anyone in the YouTube stream, were you scrolling through YouTube shorts and my stream popped up and you just kind of stuck around for a little bit? Or did you come from just like a notification, you saw EO live and you clicked on it? I just want to know. I just want to know. Notification, I was scrolling. So it works. It works. Ooh. Okay, I came from my sub feed. You searched for it and I came up. Oh, yeah. I was twitching, now I'm here. Okay. Success. Now, going back into this, bro, all right? Code came from YouTube to the Twitch. That's all I just see right there. Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am. However you would like to identify. Regardless, tier 0. Tier 0, which this is something that I don't remember seeing this, but maybe I'm just misremembering. But tier 0. Let's talk about one. Miyabi still having the fucking watch icon on. We know she doesn't have this. We know this isn't true. Even hold on. I actually have a great video that I'm going to show you guys, which I guess I'll just put it in the video, but I did want to pretty much show this off in its own video. And I might still do that. Let me see if I have it. Is it this one? It is this one. All right. So boom. Gobu is someone in our community. Great player. Gobu did something while I was away. If you guys don't know, I was away at DreamHack, learned a couple things. You probably saw that video by now, but if you didn't, it's a great time. Okay, I learned a couple things. While I was away, Gobu made something to go along with what I said. He just tested the waters, all right? What did he test? You guys remember when I was talking about Miyabi and why she was tier 0? And I mentioned that Miyabi was such a versatile character that she was the only character in the game that literally has the title, the status of do whatever the fuck I want, right? Cool. A few people decided to try and combat me on that. Oh, you don't understand, Miyabi. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, no, because that's not true, Miyabi. No, East Window, but I'm going to show you a perfect example of what I talk about when I say altering your builds, and that Zenless Zone Zero is a game where the builds are great, but when you start reaching in game, when you start getting to the peak of where you want to go, you need to have different builds, or maybe not even need to, you want to have different builds. I'm just going to show this to you first, and then we can dissect what's going on. If you want to follow along with what's going on though, and you kind of want to guess, feel free to type it in the comments or in the chat down below. I'm going to, excuse me. Wow, that was crazy. I'm going to hit play. There's no music, by the way, so I'll have to add something. But we see Miyabi double ether combo fighting against, what's his name? Wandering Hunter. Now, y'all know I do not like the double ether combo. I think the double ether combo is bullshit, personally, because it's just carrying anything in the game. But to be fair, you do need a particular DPS to be able to do this at you will see this, a high score. So the average score for Miyabi using her preferred team or her standard team based off the Prydwen metrics, we'll see this, we'll see the updated version. right? I'll check that right after the video. But in the previous tier list video, you guys saw that, you guys heard me say it, and I even like came back and said, okay, yeah, you're right. That is pretty much the average. The average that we were seeing was, what was it again, chat? 23K, 26K, something like that. It was about 26,000 points, the average for everyone playing Miyabi. This Miyabi would have been based off Prydwen and what they have. This would have been using Miyabi's best team or one of her best teams at that time. So this could have been Miyabi, Astra, Vivian. This could have been Miyabi, Astra, Nagi, because they love Astra, right? They're very much Astra lovers, okay? Miyabi, Yuzu, Trick, anything, right? Or even Mono Ice or Yuzu Ice. Whatever the case may be, Miyabi on average against, at that time, because Butcher was in the previous DA whenever they were calculating those scores, which means that is her best matchup or one of her best matchups. This means that the average player was getting 26K against a favorable boss, a boss that Miyabi easily beats. They were getting a favorable matchup, okay? So look at the score currently. We're at 25K, a minute left on the board. Stun is coming up. We're 40 points away from hitting that stun. And there's been so much skill happening in this, which I know some of you guys might be like, oh, it's just a lot of mashing. There's a little bit more tact to what's going on. One of the things that I'll call out is the change, which I know what it is. You guys don't know what it is. Gobu's in the chat right now, so he's probably talking about it, but I'll just go ahead and spoil it. Pay attention to the fact that Miyabi has not run out of energy at all in this entire fight. She is the only character providing herself with the stacks to be able to do her EBA at a consistent level. No one else on the team is helping her with anything behaving like anomaly. 20 seconds left on the board. 20 seconds left on the board. 39K. We're about to get up to 47K. Is it 47? It might be 47 or 41. I don't remember, or 42, something like that. But we're almost there. Here's another ultimate EBA. 42. Okay, so yeah, 42. 42. So that's what's happening here. Boom, bada bing, bop, bop. Now let me go find what Mindscape is this. I'm about to show y'all. Whoa. Chill it out. I got y'all. Y'all think I would just play you? Y'all think I would use my tactics to give you a fucking M6 Miyabi? No, sir. Fuck, Gobu, where you at? There we go. I found you. Here we go. So we bring this back. Where are we at? Let me pop this open. Boom. Why is this so damn big? Can I oh shit, that's why. Why am I at 400%? Whatever. Anyway, here we are. So Mo is the Miyabi calculator. He just knows what the mindscapes are. We do have an M2 Miyabi. We have an M1 Astra. We have an M6 Nicole. Oh my God, EO, you're bringing up mindscapes. Of course they're going to be able to clear because of the mindscapes. No, that's not the important part. And I'm not even disregarding the mindscapes because they're mindscapes. That's just not my point in showing you guys what's happening. All right. I'm talking about this character, Miyabi, period, which you can do this at M0. You can do exactly what you just saw at M0. I want you guys not to pay attention to the mindscapes, to pay attention to the build. This is Miyabi with an energy regen 6. An ER 6. I want you guys to understand how important changing builds, what this allows you to do. When I talk about why Miyabi is so strong, it's because of her ability. She's the most universal DPS in the entire game, or versatile. She's the most versatile DPS in the entire game. I talk about Miyabi's ability to just do whatever the fuck she wants because that is her entire thing. Do whatever the fuck I want. That's it. That's it. That's all she has to do. And so now, as I mentioned, right, not running out of energy, she has the ER6. It's so important to what was going on. The fact that she's able to essentially change from an anomaly-based character to a full-on attack character is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, let me address the M2 because I do see Gib and Mo kind of talking about the M2 and like what she can or can't do. That's not true. You can still run this at M0. You have to alter a couple things, but you can absolutely do this at M0. Let's talk about the mindscapes though. This goes into, because I do get this comment quite often. I'm trying to remember the exact name. I know who it is because I respond to him all the time, but I don't remember the actual full like username, but I think he'll know what I'm talking about. He often mentions how I talk about vertical investment and horizontal investment, and that whenever I mention one, it seems conflicting with the other. So the way that I always talk about this is that horizontal investment is first. You build out your team, you pick whatever you want, you go from there. Vertical investment is after that. This is specifically to address a lot of the players who do have Miyabi. We talked about in the previous video that Miyabi is the most M6'd character in the entire game. It's not unlikely that somebody who's only invested into Miyabi or Anomaly has an M2 Miyabi or M1 Ash or whatever the case may be. While I'm not saying this is normal, that is not the standard by any means to have a mindscaped out Miyabi. I am saying in the event you're so worried about your Miyabi and what she can or can't do, hey man, get the fucking mindscape, right? Vertically invest into the character, get the W engine, do things to keep her consistent. Why I'm bringing this up now, why I'm showing off the fight between the Wanderer is because even if you didn't have the mindscape, even if you weren't pushing this, excuse me, you're still beating an unfavorable matchup. You're not playing Miyabi as an anomaly character versus Wanderer. You can, right? And you can still beat them. But the point of the matter, excuse me, once again, the point of the matter is skill and knowledge over trump whatever term we want to use. Power creep, we want to use power creep. Sure, it over trumps that. The watch list thing, why I'm so against this watch list, right? The icon in general. They would have to, once again, purposely cut off Miyabi's legs, and they're still not doing it. Even in the future, I believe Bringer is coming back. We haven't had Bringer in months. Over half a year, if I'm not mistaken. You can't, and I don't like this saying because I honestly don't know who came up with it or what the fuck it means. You can't have your cake and eat it too. The reason I don't like that saying, by the way, is because it's stupid. If it's my cake, I can eat it. I can do whatever I want. Tiger, hey, welcome. I was just thinking about you the other day. I was just thinking about you the other day. But I don't like that saying because it's my cake. I should be able to eat it. It makes no fucking sense to me, right? So using that, because I think everyone understands what it means, but no one knows why it said what it said. You can't have your cake and eat it too. In the context of like what we're talking about right now, you can't have Miyabi or fully invest into Anomaly and also complain about vertically investing into the character if that's all you want to play. Even if it wasn't Miyabi and it's Ishwin, if you want to play the character, you have the means to do what you want in order to play the character, then you play the fucking character. And that's all it is. What up, Gail? How you doing? So when we compare Miyabi currently, even at M0, right? I know I just showed you guys an M2, again, just for the proof of concept. Showing you guys or talking about M0 right now in the game currently, Miyabi still, as we talked about before with Miyabi, Yuzu, and Vivian with that particular team, Miyabi smokes everything in the game. Out of 95 bosses, there's what, 3 that are supposed to resist her? Maybe 5? And even then, on record, we have multiple players beating these bosses that are supposed to be anti-Miyabi, and she's still beating them. You can't watch list a character like that. In no way, shape, or form can you put a watch list on a character that the game is trying to nerf inadvertently, or at this point, directly. They are directly trying to take out Miyabi, and they still have not succeeded. You can't watch list that. It doesn't make any sense. So I'm done harping on that. I'm done harping on that. Let's talk about what I really want to talk about. Baby girl Orphe is tier 0. Excuse me. That was crazy. Like a little mini burp or whatever. I told you guys in the previous video. I told you guys before Orphe came out. I even told you guys after Orphe came out, whenever they were making the tier list. And I said, this is what's going to happen with that character. Why hasn't it happened? Orphe is tier 0. Mo, yes, the fuck she is. Yes, the fuck she is. Mo, Orphe is absolutely tier 0. Don't you start that fucking rage bait bullshit. I'll ban your ass. All right. This character is insanely good. You want to talk about a character that is changing an entire, or not even changing, single-handedly improving an entire archetype or team comp. It's Orphe. And she came out late. Orphe came out late in the game, meaning any future attack characters that release, Poyo will naturally keep Orphe in mind. Will this character work with Orphe? Will this character work with Seed? This character is tier 0 for the foreseeable future. She's cracked out of her mind. The fact that she's able to give you Astra level buffs, which everyone already understands, right? Astra's broken. Oh my God. The fact that Orphe is able to give you Astra equivalent buffs, and to the entire team, mind you, along with herself. She's an off-field DPS, so you don't even have to focus on playing her. And she spits out damage. She spits out damage equivalent to other main DPS characters. Come on. Come on. It's ridiculous. Now, I'm going to say the same thing that I said before. If we're talking about secondary or sub DPS characters, Nagi should be in tier 0. I still don't understand why they have not put her in tier 0. Maybe it's because of player usage. I'm not too sure. We have a video going over why Yanagi is tier 0. And for very similar reasons as to why you would say Vivian or even Orphe belongs in tier 0, the same thing could be said for your Nagi. Nagi is more versatile than Vivian, despite what most casual players think. And I think that's kind of the thing that we have to address, right? Most casual players will they'll say that Vivian is more versatile or universal than Nagi. The reason they're saying that is because you just don't have to play her. You don't have to accurately or strategically play Vivian to get the job done. You can make a lot of mistakes and you will still succeed. Vivian is an insanely strong character due to her kit, due to her ability, and that's what helps make her versatile. Vivian is a very versatile character for Anomaly. Yanagi is also an insanely versatile character. She works with every single Anomaly character in the game. She's able to destroy anything in the game. Anything that you think resists electric, Nagi's on the field, it does not resist electric. This character is cracked. She is cracked. She belongs in tier 0. I don't remember Jafufu being up here in the last run. Was Jafufu in tier? When did Jafufu jump to tier 0? And again, right, that my mind, memory a little bit foggy on that one. I just don't remember. I don't really pay attention to Fufu. She was, when did they throw Fufu in tier 0? Because I think I have some opinions. When Lucia came out, okay, guys, I have some opinions. Y'all know me. Let me full screen for you guys real quick. I need you guys to understand how serious this is, okay? You guys know me. I've gone on record and talked about how much I don't value Trigger. Not because she's ass, right? But I always tie her W engine to her. Recently, Prydwen has equipped their tier list with the W engine now. Okay, so they have SIGs. Over the course of the last 3, maybe 4 months, there's been a shift in the kills, if you will, the team compositions. Now, I've started to talk about this very briefly, but I really want to talk about it now. The reason I want to talk about it is because I'm going to let y'all have this one. Some of you guys saw this and I did not. I didn't see the value. I say, you know what? Nah, fuck that. Chingy. I still think Chingy is better, but that's personal bias. I'll admit that. Lighter, better. Right? Jafufu, better. Trigger, high key, low key. Because my Discord asked me this the other day. They were like, yo, top 3 deep or top 3 stunners in the game right now. Who would you pick? I already knew I was going to say Chingy, but that wasn't a question for me, right? I couldn't decide who was number 3, but I knew who was number 2. Like, I knew my number 2 answers, Chingy and Trigger. EO said that. EO said that, guys. Trigger. I'm known for not valuing Trigger. Even obviously now I value her because I use her with like the Sambi team or whatever, but I'm known for not valuing Trigger's versatility or universality in a lot of teams, right? So we bring this back over to the tier list real quick. Boom. We talk about Trigger being in tier 0.5. We talk about Jafufu being in tier 0. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all, bro. Bring Jafufu's ass down. Bring her little cute tiger ass down and slap Trigger back up in tier 0. Trigger needs to be in tier 0. And I'm also saying this with the context of if you split the support and stunner class or categories, Trigger stays in tier 0. If you keep them combined, Trigger stays in tier 0. Trigger is a phenomenal character. She has proven her worth. She has proven herself time and time again. Every single character that comes out somehow finds themselves using Trigger more than what we assume would be their best stunner. Let me talk to you. Let me spit some game to you guys real quick. Yidhari just came out. Naturally, we would assume Yidhari's best partner would be Jafufu. Why? Because Jafufu is the rupture stunner. She's for Ishwin. Of course, and for Minato. Of course, she's going to be the best. For Yidhari too, right? Wrong. It's Lycon and Trigger. What? No W engine. What? Crazy. We talk about Anomaly. I think one of you guys mentioned it earlier about Anomaly and how like Anomaly just wasn't it right now. That's not entirely true. We talk about this often, right? It's not Anomaly that's not it. It's Mono Ice. It's Yuzu Ice, right? Ice or whatever is literally what we got going on. Trigger. Let's go down the tier 0 and tier 0.5 list alone, okay? Does Miyabi work with Trigger or does Trigger work with Miyabi? Yes. Does she work with Ishwin? Yes. Does she work with Orphe? Yes. Does she work with Vivian? Yes. Does she work with Astra? Yes. Does she work with Lucia? Yes. Does she work with Yuzuha? Yes. Obviously, I skipped Jafufu, but let's talk about double off-field stunner. Does she work with Jafufu? Yes. Does she work with Alice? Yes. Does she work with Sambi? Yes. Does she work with Evelyn? Yes. Does she work with Seed? Yes. Does she work with Nagi? Yes. Does she work with Yidhari? Yes. Okay. Trigger works with damn near every single character in the fucking game. I gotta walk it back. You guys gotta one up. Y'all ain't never gonna get too many one-ups on me, but I'm gonna give it to you. You now listen, guys. You now have EO as a Trigger defender. You now have EO as a trick. No longer will I fight you guys on Trigger not being goated. I am a Trigger defender now. I'm in your corner. I'll be the fucking the shield and the sword. I'm here with you. Front of the line, front lines. I'm here. Trigger is insane. This character is OD. Now, when Dylin comes out, Dylin is going to put her in the ground. But I'm only saying that for the shock factor. What's actually going to happen when Dylin gets here is Dylin is going to become number 1. Trigger is going to remain number 2. And then now you're going to depend, or not depend, you're going to figure out whether or not Jafufu, Lighter, or Qingyi will be number 3. Why? Because if Dylin is going up and she's going to be the on-field stunner, that more than likely means Qingyi is going to have a resurgence because you're looking for the replacement. What's the alternative to Dylin if you don't have Dylin? It's gonna be Qingyi. A lot of people who already pull Qingyi, Zhuyu and Havers, will have Qingyi, possibly M1 Qingyi or even M2 Qingyi. So it's really dependent on what's going on. We'll see more when that happens. But as of right now, bring Trigger the fuck up into tier 0. Bring Jafufu down into tier 0.5. And I'm not even gonna lie to you. Jafufu might actually be tier 1. She might be tier 1. She still doesn't have a partner tag. And yeah, she works with a few more characters. But if we're talking about this, is she anyone else's best in slot besides Ishwin? I don't think so. Maybe Minato? No. I'm not hating. I'm not hating. I'm looking at the usefulness in the category because I'm about to tell you, bring Sokaku's ass down too. Mono Ice is getting canceled. Mono Ice is getting canceled. Sokaku does not belong in tier 0.5 anymore. He doesn't. The reason I'm saying that Fufu gets knocked down, why I think she's in tier 1, not because she's like weak or anything like that, right? Let me make that very clear. Not because I think she's weak or anything like that. I'm saying this in future tense. I'm using my future sight ability from Pokemon, okay? Like catch me doing the Natsu thing or Zatu. I'm using future sight right now, right? I'm saying this because when Dylin gets here, unless they fuck up her kit entirely in the final beta, and I think that's already done, right? Unless they fucked up Dylin is coming out guaranteed tier 0. There's no reason they should do the whole like we're gonna wait and see. No, slap that bitch in tier 0. Dylin is tier 0. That bitch is broken. Boom, done. Then we have Trigger also in tier 0. But Dylin and Fufu are not on the same category. They're not on the same level at all. So they can't be in the same level. You can't have them both in tier 0. You cannot. If you leave Fufu and you bring her down to tier 0.5 because Dylin replaces her in tier 0, and now you have Trigger in 0.5, and we've already established that Trigger is better than Jafufu. She's on a higher placed tier than Jafufu. You can't have them both in 0.5. Someone has to get brought down. I am using future sight. That's why I'm telling you guys, Jafufu would get brought down to tier 1. It's the way tiers work. It just, if you say one thing, another thing happens, right? Because we can't say, man, I hear you, but like Jafufu's not really tier 1. Okay, so if she's not tier 1, but Trigger stays in 0.5, what happens? We've already established that Trigger is better than Fufu, meaning you would have to bring Trigger up to tier 0. This is Prydwen though. They're probably not going to do that because they don't want to hear anything about what's going on. So if Trigger doesn't get brought up to tier 0, Dylin goes into tier 0. They're not on the same level. Someone has to get brought down. Someone would have to get brought down. And to be fair, I do think Lighter edges out Jafufu. That sounds crazy. But if we're talking about like who is more worth it, I also think Lighter edges out Jafufu. I think Lighter holds a little bit more value than Jafufu. Now, this isn't to say that Fufu's bad. I think Fufu is a phenomenal stunner. Great character. Excuse me. But I think Lighter's niche is so strong. He's so strong for fire and ice characters that it holds him up there at the top. And I'm also a fan of, me personally, I've gone on record saying this, when you make a character or an agent more niche, it allows them to be stronger because they're more niche. Lighter doesn't have to worry about an ether DPS or an ether team. He doesn't have to worry about electric units, right? Or physical units. Lighter only has to worry about fire and ice. That's it. So anything that comes out in the future that is ice or fire, Lighter immediately holds value. The only way he doesn't hold value, and to be fair, they might even do that where they eventually add in rupture, excuse me, rupture into his kit. They might do that, who knows? But as long as a character is fire or ice, a DPS comes out as fire or ice, lighter will be in there. Something else that we don't really talk about, but you know, it's to their discretion. Let's say a new character comes out and lighter's whole thing is it's either they're an attack character or a rupture, or my bad, not rupture, a part of his squad, right? Faction. Yep. Attack character or shares the same faction. You know, they can just make a rupture unit that is fire or ice, a DPS, and put them in the Sons of Caledon, right? Like, that's not off the table. I understand that we think it's off the table because, like, oh, Sons of Caledon is done. That's not off the table. Fire, ice, and faction would be perfect. That way you don't have to worry about whether or not they're an attack unit, a rupture unit, anything like that. Just make it type plus faction. That would be perfect. But if they don't do that, they could just add the character into Lighter's faction, which would be the Sons of Caledon. But moving past that point, we've talked about tier 0. We've talked about 0.5. I do want to see why Prydwen brought up Orphe and dropped Lighter. Big Daddy, right? If that sounds so weird saying that. Where we at? 11.5. Okay, yeah, because they use the opposite. Miyabi. This phase, Miyabi has maintained her incredibly high popularity, continuing to be the most played character in the game while still putting up solid scores despite the disadvantages discussed in our last update. For the time being, we're going to maintain our watch list on her, but if she continues to work despite so many mechanics against her, we'll remove it in the upcoming phases. So we know that they're going to remove it. Just based off this, we know they're going to remove it. Reiko, thank you for the birthday wish. I appreciate that. Hopefully you're having a good night. We know they're going to remove this because Bringer's about to get here. Bringer is making a return, which means Miyabi is still going to have something to fight. That is her best matchup in the entire game. She's going to smoke it. They might as well just take it off now. Orphe. In teams that Orphe is good in, namely those with Sambi and Seed, excuse me, she's currently performing above her tier 0.5 placement on average for the general player base. We now have multiple phases of data and feedback to confirm this isn't a one-off case. Therefore, we're moving her up to tier 0 for the current meta. Yes. Yes. Let's read Lighter. As mentioned in our last update, where we watch listed him. I didn't even see Lighter on a watch list. I'm not gonna lie to you. Lighter is fuck. Lighter is currently closer in power and meta relevancy to characters in tier 0.5 compared to those within tier 0. With the continual move toward Rupture and the absolutely dominant performance put up by Lucia in this phase, this fact has only been reinforced. Based on this, we're adjusting his rating down to sit alongside Trigger, who we believe to be closer in performance for the time being. False. Wrong. Blasphemy. We already talked about Trigger. I'm not going to go on another Trigger tangent, but even I'm saying Lighter is not on the same level as Trigger. Not anymore. Not anymore. Their best performing teams, Trigger wins. Their second best performing team, Trigger wins. They're not best performing teams, Trigger wins. In teams that would not want, or rather would want a stunner, Lighter or Trigger, the better option is Trigger, unless that character is fire and ice, or ice. And even then, like we have Yudhari, she is what she is. Trigger wins. Eve is fine. I'm not. No. Me saying one of them wins isn't saying that it's bad. Oh, you're talking about Mo. Never mind. You're talking about Mo. One more thing. Yidhari. Yidhari slots well into the ongoing Rupture meta and has great teams thanks to the perfectly released Lucia, earning her a place immediately in tier 0.5. As usual, we'll monitor her moving forward to see if any adjustments to this rating are required after the community gets their hands on her and we see how she performs in in-game across a larger sampler size. I agree with that. This is also what when I talked about Yidhari in my previous video and I mentioned where Yidhari was going to be, how strong this character was. I did say they were going to release her at tier 0.5. I said it was going to be a hard argument to place her in tier 0. However, here's the thing. If we're talking about damage, Yidhari at this point is a top 5 DPS, like main DPS. Yidhari is a top 5 main DPS character. If we're talking about just raw damage output and like the character kit, right? But something that I was discussing with Leno earlier today, because him and I both love this character, but we understand the flaw. Her best matchup is Wandering Hunter. The only matchup you would use her versus any other ice character is Wandering Hunter. If you happen to have her and Miyabi or Hugo, and you're trying to decide who to use, unless it's Wandering Hunter, you're not picking Yidhari. That is her flaw. But to be fair, right? Let's excuse me. Let's keep it fair. This doesn't mean her matchup is bad. Yidhari's matchup is very similar to Yi Xuan. It's not neutral across the board because obviously there are some enemies that are resistant to ice, and Ether does not have any Ether resistant enemies. So the ice resistant enemies can be a problem, but Yidhari being a Rupture agent makes up for that by just not giving a fuck about their defenses. And then you make up for the anomaly resistance that may exist, not anomaly resistance, elemental resistance that may exist, and you push forward. But each one is still at a neutral across the board, right? Yidhari's damage makes up for that. Her simplicity in being able to play her, fuck up, and still get the damage makes up for that. This character is damage-wise in tier 0 or at the top of 0.5, closer to the top of 0.5. But because of her matchup spread, and this isn't Prydwen's reasoning, this is Lionel and I's discussion that we're talking about. Because of her matchup spread, she's more than likely going to remain in tier 0.5. Now that we've done that, we can kind of break it down and go through tier 1, tier 1.5, and tier 2. I think the only change for this... Oh, I see Panda has a watch list. Thank goodness. I think the only change here is Ellen getting dropped down to 1.5, which is where she was originally after her before her rework. I mentioned in one of my previous videos that most Ellen mains have like M2 plus Ellen, right? Like we've vertically invested in Ellen to make sure that she's good to go. I think there are 2 factors that are keeping Ellen down in regards to this tier list. 1, not putting focus on Shiyu defense. 2, because Ellen shreds through Shiyu defense, by the way. The second thing is that she's locked at M0 in regards to Prydwen's tier list, right? She is stuck at M0. M0, no Sig or with her Sig, compared to all the new DPS characters, the new version of the game, the new enemies, all the resistances, the HP increases. Her kit is great, but not an M0, right? Like the rework was phenomenal. But like I told you guys when that rework happened, that rework and Ellen getting that buff was most likely for players who have already invested into Ellen. This is why I continue to say most Ellen mains have mindscapes. There's currently a clip going around on Twitter that I saw this morning. If I can find it and send it to my editor beforehand, I'll slap it in for the edit. but I'm not gonna open Twitter right now because it's Twitter. Excuse me. There's a clip from a Japanese player playing Ellen, Lighter, and Astra. I believe his Lighter is M2, his Ellen is M6, his Astra is M0, I think. She's not higher than M1, but I'm almost positive it's M0. Why I'm bringing this up is because his Ellen is clearly vertically invested. He clears CU7 in like 30 seconds. With CU7 currently is Palicus, by the way, which is not a favorable, like it's not that it's not favorable for Ellen, but she doesn't have a way to like lock them both down. He also doesn't stun them both at the same time. Why is YouTube in vertical? Because I'm trying out vertical streams. If you want like the full horizontal, gotta come to the Twitch. Ellen's fine in Shiyu, but she's unplayable in Deadly Assault. And that's a whole different conversation that I might make its own video, but I think that's a great point. I think two things, right? I think Shiyu defense at this point is more difficult than Deadly Assault. I've believed that for quite some time now. Two, I also think Prydwen should just separate. If they're gonna tier characters, there should be a tier list for Deadly Assault and then a tier list for Shiyu defense. Why? Because certain characters outperform others, or rather perform at a much higher degree in Shiyu defense than they would in Deadly Assault. Duyuin, Haramasa, Ellen, right? Piper, even Jane and Hugo. Pretty much everyone in like tier 1 to tier 2 performs outstandingly in Shiyu defense compared to what they do in Deadly Assault. Whereas tier 0 and tier 0.5, they pretty much perform wherever they want, how they want, right? It is what it is. But that wouldn't make these characters subpar, if you will. Would you say Evelyn, Lucia, and Yidhari? That made me cough reading that. Is a good team combo. No? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that for? Hate how all the new characters feel like they outdo the older characters by so much, or maybe that's just me. No, that's just gacha games, right? That's what we tend to call power creep a lot of the time. It is what it is. Yo, Curve Branch coming through with the Twitch Prime. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Welcome. Remember, you guys always have a exclusive thing inside of the Discord, right? Exclusive sub-only channel or member only. If you're on YouTube and you want to member up, you also have access to this exclusive Discord channel inside of the Discord, !Discord, if y'all want to do that. But yeah, I think with newer characters releasing, it's bound to happen, right? Even looking at this, Minato is just crazy strong for a free character. I'm so glad so many players are like building him and seeing his worth immediately. Pan's got a watch list. I think Panda should have been on a watch list the moment he got released. And by that, I mean, he needs to go down to like tier 2. This character's not good. Panda's only good because it's the only option you had. That kid, he's not a good character. This was an entire, they made a character. This is a waste of a character slot. Sometimes we say this thing in fighting games where it's like, I wish this character wasn't in the game. Not because we hate them, but because another character could have replaced this character and been phenomenally better. They want to move him to tier. Oh, hell no. Wait, what? They want to move Panda up? Before the Rupture meta began, Panda was delivering surprisingly solid results. Now, with more characters to work with and a focus on Rupture, he's only improved. Based on this, we're assigning him a watch list to move him up in the next. No! Prydwen, please. I can't even ask you, please, because I know if I say don't do it, if I ask you not to do it, you're going to do it. This is no. What? He's not good. He's not. This is not a good character. He does not belong in. You're gonna tell. Okay, listen. I need you guys to understand something real quick. All right. Even with Prydwen's reasoning, I need Prydwen to listen to me, bro. Grim, Ant, please. Grim, I need you to fight for me. I need you to fight for me, bro, because this don't make no fucking sense. You're going to tell me that Panda, you're going to tell the public, the people, you're going to say Panda is on the same level as Nicole, Lighter, and Trigger. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. We can't do that. We can't do that, bro. I just, no. It is disrespectful. It is disrespectful. Because how did we get here? How did we get here? We're gonna move him up? No. Nicole's not killing? Mo, here's the thing about this tier list. The kill doesn't fucking matter. As much as I want the kill to matter, Mo. As much as I want it to matter, the kill doesn't fucking matter. You want to know why? Because if the kill mattered, right, Mo? If the kill mattered, if it mattered, Ishwin would have been tier 0.5 for months. Over half a year, this character would have been tier 0.5. Alice would be tier 0. Evelyn would be tier 0. Yidhari would have launched at tier 0. He has a 4-cost kill. Someone's working on a 3-cost kill. And they're almost there. They're almost there. No. No. Panda, fuck that. I don't give a fuck how low of a cost Panda did to get whatever kill with Lucia on the team. This is the same shit we're doing where this other character got a kill at 3 cost and the team was DPS character, Astra, and Nicole. So it counts. No. That's the same dumbass shit. We're gonna put Lucia and Panda on the same team with Ishwin, who's already cracked out of her mind, and now she just gets super cracked because we found a way to hypercarry this character. Let's ignore the entire stun category and her wanting to stun the fucking enemy for extra damage and time to do her damage. We're just gonna hypercarry because that's the way we play the game. No. That's such a cop-out reason. I can't stand that reason, dog. Like, and I know that I have my own disdain towards hypercarry, but using hypercarry as like the validity, the validation for why you would bring somebody up or a tier list up or whatever is bullshit, because it would have already been there. It would have already been there. At that point, the same thing that I said before, if we're including that double ether, now it works both ways, right? Lucia and Pan, or Astra and Nicole. If we're talking about hypercarry double ether combo, everyone gets boosted to infinity and fucking beyond. So not all the DPS are tier 0. Is that what you're telling me? All DPS deserve to be tier 0. All ether supports should also be tier 0. Like, bro, come on. He needs to go down. He's not a good character. The only reason he's even being looked at in that fashion is because Lucia's in the game. If Lucia wasn't here, they would be looking at him with a partner tag and bringing him down. Then he would have an up arrow. He would have 2 up arrows with a partner tag that says, if you play him with these 3 characters, then he jumps up a tier. If you don't, then he's down here. Why am I hating on Jack Black? Bro, Jack Black is tier 0. I'm not hating on Jack Black. I'm hating on Panda. Pan Yuanwu, he's ass. Volker and Ching Yi don't belong in the same tier. Bump this character up. Oh, no, we're not going to bump her up because she takes up too much field time. That's her whole purpose. Is to be on the field for 4 seconds, stun the fucking enemy, and then get you to swing in your DPS. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Ah, well, she's taking away from the time for the DPS. Those 4 seconds could be used on the DPS swinging basic attacks. What if you just built a DPS version of Qing Yi? Thoughts? Why would you do that? There's no point in doing that. Because she's on field taking up time. Everything balances out. Like, what's the fucking Thanos quote? Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. That's what Qing Yi is, man. No, I'm not Fenry. I'm not letting Fenry. It's Fernie. I'm not letting Qing Yi go, bro. I'm not letting her go, dog. She's Sokaku better than Qing Yi. Nah. Poker and Qing Yi on the same level? Nah. I don't think so. Everything else, though, as far as the list goes, I don't think anything's changed. I want to say we're done with the list. I want to say we're done with the list. I could have sworn Rena had a watch list icon on her the last time I looked. But maybe that's gone now. I don't know. Talk about Soldier 11? Well, I can't talk about Soldier 11 until we know if she's going to get the Sandby treatment, because the rumor is that she also is getting a rework based off what the live stream was saying. Because they didn't just say Sandby, they said the rest of Oval Squad is off doing some exclusive training. The only 2 characters from Oval Squad they were missing were Sandby and Soldier 11. So I feel like Soldier 11 is getting a rework. And I also think that rework is going to be very close to what Sandby does. I think they're going to make a fire version of Sandby. Obviously, with Soldier 11's game plan in mind. But overall, minus the things that I disagreed with, I would say some of the placements that we talked about, I just kind of called it. It's fair. It's accurate at this point. Other placements, I'm just never going to agree with. Panda going up. Tingy still being in tier 1 next to fucking Pokra. You could even make the argument that Lycon can go back up. You could now make that argument that Lycon jumps back up. I don't think Lycon's a 0.5 stunner, but somebody could make the argument simply because Yadhari's in the game. Yadhari's in the game now. Lycon has more characters to work with. It is what it is. Tier 0 Seth win? Shit, bro. I guess when pigs fly, I don't know. But let me wrap that up. Guys, let me know your thoughts and opinions on today's video. Hopefully you enjoyed my ranting and yapping and whatnot. It is nighttime. Somehow I am more energetic at night than normal. That's crazy. I'm going to get out of here. The next video that I do will more than likely be a reaction. I'm going to watch Soul's video here in a minute. I want to hear some opinions that he has about what's going on. I think it's pretty interesting. But other than that, y'all let me know, bro. All right. So everybody that's in stream, you guys can say bye to YouTube. And YouTube, you guys can say hi to the chat whenever you come in here next time. Flame breathing Soldier 11 will be fucking fire. I would love that. I can't say my usual outro because it's inappropriate for YouTube. Like the video, comment, subscribe. Smell you later. Video done. Perfecto. Guys, you know what's crazy? It's not really crazy. So for those that don't know, I've been using Meld, which is a different, is that a fucking mosquito bump? Okay, it's not. Anyway, I've been using Meld for streaming since yesterday. We set that up. It's been pretty smooth so far. When I hit record or when I stream, and some of you guys might be able to see this, if you click the little cogwheel, do you guys notice that it's the option to stream in 4K is there? Like you can watch me in 4K. That wasn't there before. Because Meld doesn't have that, and I don't have access to 4K. So somehow Meld has the ability to push. I'm also not streaming at like 50K bitrate, even though I should be, but I can't. Meld somehow has the ability to push the resolution of your monitor or setup or whatever to Twitch. That's kind of crazy. I like that. Good night. Yo, Flan, do your thing. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight. All right. Have a good time. I will see you later. I'll see you later. Right now, we are going to, like I said, jump into the next little bit here, which I do have everything pulled up. We're going to go over Soul's latest video, why he currently loves and hates the endgame in ZZZ. I hope, this better not be a reaction. I'm pretty sure it's not, right? Imagine it's a reaction to a reaction. Imagine that, man. Imagine that. That'd be kind of crazy. Predict DA being too restrictive and Shiyu being kind of mid. Maybe. I don't think Ellen is I don't know. I wanted to reinvest into my Ellen though. I wanted to reinvest into my Ellen. And I might take some time to do that here in a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see. Give me just a moment. Okay. Yep. I'm ready for it. Ooh, I'm ready. One moment. Yo, chat, you ever just scratch your balls? Like, and you know, you gotta like, okay, my guys understand what I'm about to say. You ever like just get the pinch? You know what I mean? Like you do like the pinch and you know what I mean? Like a little, y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Like men. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. Of course, bro. All right. Hey, as long as we all understand. Nah, don't hit me with the don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like I just need y'all to understand that, you know. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's like a tiny itch too. It ain't even nothing crazy. It's just like a little itch. You know what I mean? You said my hands look unwashed? I wasn't doing nothing to need to wash them, you know? But if I did do something that required me to wash my hands. I may or may not tell you that I washed my hands. Never let them know your next move. When your balls itch when you're in public. Hey, I feel it. I feel it. Did the ad start or did it end? I don't see it up there. So I want to go ahead and start right now. Don't gotta wash your hands if your dick clean. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what does Roy say in Dispatch, man? Shit, I don't even touch nothing. You know, I just do a little this, you know. Hey, he got it, bro. I say, you know what, man? Dap me up. You feel me? Oh no, an ad did start. 3 minutes. Okay. We're gonna wait. We're just gonna wait for the ad to go away, guys. So like YouTube doesn't have an ad, to my understanding. So we're just gonna wait. Darn. GG's just pay. Now I would love if people paid. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you guys were like, hey, you know what? We're gonna give you some money. That would be great. That would be great. But you know, if you don't got it, it's okay. The sway is the meta. Wait, what's the sway? Side to side? That's kind of crazy. Like, cause wouldn't you just be flinging? You would just be flinging particles. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they would just like what? I can't imagine doing that. I don't know, you know? Yeah, why do you why are you so excited about that? Also, hi, how you been? Why are you so excited about Oh man. Side to side isn't urinal compatible. I don't think it's compatible anywhere, bro. I feel like you just start going side to side. It's everywhere. It's everywhere, bro. Imagine somebody being right next to you and you just start slinging side from side. Then the guy goes, "Hey man, what the fuck, bro? Hey man, I'm just trying to clean my dick. Doing a side to side method." You ain't never heard of the side to side method? It's all the rage now. I'm doing all right. We've been chilling so far. Have you guys seen Senna's Complex magazine issue? I will be watching that. Bookmark. Why is it an hour and a half long? Oh, it's a stream. Yeah, I'll watch that. That might be something I watch to go to sleep. It might be something I watch to go to sleep. Oh, show, you're right on. Oh, show. Oh, ads are done. Bet, excuse me. Ads are done. All right, guys. So I'm gonna hit this button. Boom, we're recording. I think I hit the button. I don't know if it's working. Here we go. Now it's working. We're back on YouTube. Ads these nuts. That's crazy, Go Boo. Crazy way to start this off. But yo, what's going on? Hinchin' a Go-Go, baby. What's good, guys? Yoku here. Today, I want to watch Soul's video. He just released his video earlier today, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been yesterday. I don't know. But a lot of talk has been going on about like end game, right? And Zenless Zone Zero. Now, something that I've been doing off the scene or behind the scenes rather, and I've talked with you guys about this, especially on stream. So if you're not on stream or you're not in my Discord, make sure you follow or join up in there. I do a lot of off the cuff conversations with the community, and we just kind of take part in some things. But one of the things that we've been talking about lately is the state of Zenless Zone Zero and kind of like whether or not it's good or bad. Me personally, I've been saying that I feel like I'm stuttering. I've been saying that I feel like it's in a much healthier state, while a few people have disagreed with that. They could disagree for any number of reasons, right? A lot of people like to conflate the shields, or rather mix them, excuse me. And they'll say like the over shield buffs in Deadly Assault make the game unplayable or like not good. But Deadly Assault is just one mode of the game and you don't really have to worry about it. And it's a gacha game. They're going to show the character anyway. Kind of some stuff that you kind of get over. Thank you, Nick Cat. Thank you. What's going on, man? Yeah, we got it at DreamHack. We went to DreamHack and there was this guy there and he was selling a bunch of Pokemon. Bro, they have, so, you know, like Taco Bell, he had a shirt with Weeping Bell and it says Weeping Bell, right? Like it was cool. There's a couple more that we got. I'd have to go find them, but excuse me, but they're pretty cool. He had one, I really wanted it, but I didn't get his card. Which maybe we do. If I find it, I'll DM it to you. If I find out what it was, I'll DM it to you. Maybe I have the receipt. He has a shirt, you know, like Burger King. All right, so he has one. It's called Slow King, and it's such a dumb pun, but I love it. And it's the Burger King logo, but it's Slow King's like, you know, twisted crown or whatever at the top for like the top of the burger, and then Slow King's mouth as the bottom of the burger, and then he has like the meat or whatever inside of it with like Slow King in the text. And I was like, yo, that's crazy. I love that. There was another one that really caught us. Something about a Munchlax. He had like the Pops cereal or whatever, but it was Oops with Eevee. He had a lot, bro. Like if I find it, like I said, I'll send it to you. But it's super cool. What happened with Prydwen? Dusk, we already finished. We finished with Prydwen. Now we're on to this video here from Soul. And then I might do like 2 more. I don't know. Depends on how long this video is going to take, to be completely honest. But yeah, bro, you missed it. I've been live for like almost 3 hours. See, Dust, this is why you got to show up on time. You got to get those noties on. You know, you got to join the actually, I'm doing the live stream on YouTube so they can just kind of like scroll and then they'll find it. But it is what it is. Anyhow, now we're here doing the thing. Join the Discord if you want like the @ notification, because I know how Twitch likes to be. But it is what it is. You just got home. You came home from work or you came home from a date. Only one of those answers I will accept and I'll let it pass. He's going to be like, bro, I was out getting gas. I'm fairly new and free to play and it ain't bad, not going to lie. Good. And see Alex, or rather not Alex, right? Because you're not Alex. I think where Zenless is, and like I said, we'll talk about it throughout this video, so I don't want to take up too much of Soul's video time, but I think where the game is in terms of like the end game, it's evening out in a way where a lot of players are, especially newer players, they're able to become more accustomed with the state of the game, with the new characters, building teams, and they don't feel like they're being pushed in one direction. We called it Anomaly Zone Zero for a reason, and for a long time, it felt like Anomaly was the only thing to do. That's why a lot of players are pretty upset, because they felt like, oh, Zenless is only going to be Anomaly, whatever. So they're pushing Anomaly, and that really wasn't the case. And now they're not pushing just one thing. Like, yeah, we're in a Rupture meta, but they're being very versatile with the bosses and the Shiyu defenses that we're getting. And yeah, this is a great thumbnail. Soul's an amazing graphic artist. Whoa. I don't have my headphones on. I forgot. And I gotta pause the music. Excuse me. Oh, you guys can't even hear. Hold on. I found it. I figured it out. I'm smart. I'm gonna run it back. We're gonna play it.
End game. this is probably the biggest topic of conversation in the entirety of the Zenless community, and I know a lot of you guys are probably really tired of hearing this conversation overall. Trust me, I am too. But because I'm a creator, I have a lot of people asking me my thoughts on it, how I feel about it. So I was like, you know what? Let's get ahead and put it out there. I want to get and tell you guys why I currently love and hate the current state of in-game in Zenless right now. I just want to provide you guys more overall.
Is that the Star Rail? That's the Star Rail. Whose theme is that? Whose theme is that? I know it, but I can't. I'm pretty sure that's Star Rail. Whatever.
My thoughts and how I'm feeling about everything. I'm also probably even throwing in a little bit of my thoughts on the new in-game threshold simulation towards the end of the video, but this will be a overall general feeling of how overall my thoughts are on the current state of the game right now. This
Argenti, thank you.
Essentially how I think
Kafka? No, that's not Kafka. Is it Kafka?
And maybe if this can be resolved in the future. And so I'm not going to drag you guys on. I'm going to again and start with why I hate the current state of in-game right now in Zenless. But before we get into that, be sure to check out LD Shop to get the best discounts on your 2.0 pools.
All right, my video, I'm going to skip it, but Soul's my guy. I'm not going to skip his ad.
LD Shop is a formal top-up platform created by LD Player Emulator Group. They offer amazing discounts on a multitude of games through official partnership with Razer Gold, who is the official top-up partner of Hoyoverse. This means that they're a safe and reliable platform for you to use, and so many players have left amazing ratings and reviews. Now, I know you guys are already waiting to see how do you get those sweet Zenless deals. Well, all you have to do is click on Zenless Zone 0 at ldshop.gg, and you'll see that there's a plethora of discounts to choose from at rates better than the official game. They offer deals for in and out memberships. You can grab character skins for a low price, and they even have massive discounted bundles that guarantee you that
what would I do without LD slash loot bar?
Now, once you have an item you want to purchase, all you need to do is select your server region and enter your UID. Then bam, your currency should be loaded into your account in 5 minutes or less. Now, something that I almost forgot to mention is that if you haven't topped up in Zenless before and you want to get that big bonus, if you do it on LD Shop, you'll not only still get the discounts that they offer, but you'll also get that big top-up bonus in-game. That's just a deal that you can't beat. So if you guys still need to grab those new units, be sure to use my link in the description or comment section below to receive their 15% off coupon, which can save you up to $50 towards the units that you want. So due to a lot of the conversation going on with the game, there has been a very decent...
Hold on, let me pause. I gotta check something real quick, because YouTube is telling me that this video... Okay, no, yeah, it is monetized. I don't know why it has an exclamation mark next to it. Whatever. Oh shit, I closed out the YouTube. I closed out the YouTube tab. I'm so glad it doesn't just end the stream automatically. Like I would have to come back and do it, but bro, I accidentally closed it and that wasn't my intention at all. I refuse to touch extraction shooters. I get too pressed and will become too toxic. Yo, it's so fun though. It's so fun. Arc Raiders is taking over your life. 80 hours since release. I just got it tonight. Like I'd already played the previous betas, but I was away for DreamHack. Just got it tonight, bro. So like, I gotta go to the gym tomorrow. But depending on like what we crush tonight, video wise, I'm jumping on the game. Let's rewind the video though, because I didn't hear the beginning.
The game, there has been a very decent tone shift within the community on how everybody has been feeling with it. To me, it's very noticeable that people are having less and less fun with the game right now, at least within the social space of Zenless, and a lot of people are becoming more and more frustrated with the game as more patches come out. And I think this is overall because of the overall shift within the meta, as well as like the shift on the focus of characters or archetypes within the game when it comes to clearing in-game content, making it harder for players that didn't
Hune, great job. I like what you're doing with the editing, because it's like little silly stuff, but it keeps the retention.
Invest into certain things, and because of this has made the game overall a bit less enjoyable within the sense of like how everybody is feeling in the community, and it's overall affected my experience with the game as well. Because I'm a creator, I'm a part of the very social aspect of the game, and so I kind of feed off of the energy on how the community feels with the game. And when everybody, or when a lot of people are currently down on the game, it kind of makes me down on it too, to the point that not only have I been going due to me moving improving recently. I just kind of took a break from playing the game for a while and just started playing in other things. You guys know I love.
All right, before he goes on with this, because we're gonna talk about 2XKO, what he is, I really want to hone in on that. I really want to hone in on that. Yo, what up, Deep? How you doing, big dog? You having no internet? Why not, bro? Get the internet on. I know how it is though, so I understand for sure. But hopefully you're having a better day or better night, you know. But I want to hone in on what Soul mentioned here, which is how he feeds off the energy. As a content creator, he feeds off the energy of like the community. And so y'all know that I've been talking about something regarding the community for a little bit of time now. I haven't like released a full video on it, so it's just kind of been like clips from streams, or in the Discord, I'll have a full blown like 3-hour conversation on it. The community being put in a certain position, maybe that's not even the right way to phrase that. The way the community portrays their grievances towards Zenless Zone Zero has affected us in such a way, not just as like me and Soul, right? Just in general creators. It's affected us in such a way where it's created this really weird split. Now, this split is something that I talk about quite often, again, on stream, but most recently I've been talking about it when it comes to like views and how different the views are for everyone. It's not normal. And so some of you that are just viewers, you might see this as do your thing, Sticky, do your thing, have a good one. Some of you that are just viewers, you might see this as kind of like maybe like a popularity contest in a way, right? Or what viewers are looking for, what viewers are playing, so on and so forth. And at the moment, I've noticed that there are two things. Excuse me. The first thing is that if you make content that aligns with where the casual audience is gravitating towards, you'll end up getting more views, which means that that's what they want. They want something that essentially validates their feelings towards the game not being in a good state, or maybe the game isn't for them, or they don't like the way the game is changing, or they feel like the game is punishing them, whatever the case may be, right? That's one side of things. The second side of things, or the other side of things, is coming from closer to like a creator viewer relationship, where as long as you're making this type of content, you're essentially in good graces with the community, right? Like the community is giving you the they're giving you the views. They want to hear what you have to say because you are validating exactly how they feel. Not Alex, do your thing. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate that. It's weird. It's the way that everything is super weird. So Soul is going to explain how he feels and like how he took a break. And I just kind of want to take a bit to talk about the same thing as well, just as briefly as I can. And it's one of those things where it's demotivating. Not only is it demotivating, but it discourages you to make the content anyway. The audience, the crowd that clearly wants to get better at the game or just enjoy the game, it feels few and far between right now. It doesn't feel like that's where everyone is, even though the player base or the player count is increasing. Even though we see like everyone's still streaming the game, right? For as many people that are not happy with the current state of the game, they are still streaming the game. I don't like that negativity, and it's not even negativity to a degree, but maybe there's a better word for that instead of negativity. I don't like that complaining about the game is being more positively received than enjoying whatever you have right now. And I guess like hearing myself say that, I could easily hear somebody try and argue the fact that, oh, well, the game is just not enjoyable. But that's not true. Because if it was true, we wouldn't be playing the game. Again, multiple creators, right? Multiple peers of mine have gone on record saying that if the game is not fun, they just won't play it. If we're not having a good time, we won't play it. If the game goes in a certain direction, we won't play it. We'll stop making content on it. And yet here we are doing the same thing. We're still playing it. It's hard to go hard with criticism without spilling into toxic complaining. Yeah. And I don't even sometimes, like, I guess if we're establishing that, it's not always criticism that we have. A lot of the times these are just complaints. These are selfish requests or selfish complaints. If I were to say something like, I want Zenless to go down the route of air combos and juggling bosses and whatever else, right? That's a selfish request. That's not going to better the game at all. Like, yeah, it might be more fun because people can fight in the air, but is that going to make the game better? Probably not. The same thing is applied if we were to talk about, like, hey man, I don't like that they're shilling the new characters in the game. All right, so you want them to just not do this thing that they have had a history of doing as a gacha game. Yeah, no, I don't want them to do that. I want them to make it so that my characters that I've invested into, and I don't really care about anyone else's characters, my characters though need to remain top tier. If I personally invest into something, it never needs to touch the bottom floor. Right? That's a selfish request. It's just weird. It's such a weird position to be in. That's why when I was talking about it earlier in that whole different conversation, I said Zenless's community is, we're not split between like two communities. It's like the player base itself is going, you know, one side of the player base is saying one thing and the other side of the player base is fighting for another thing, and they're going at each other about it. And so this creates conflict for the developer, because now the developer is like, well, what do we do? Do we pick option A or option B? Like, if we go down the road with on the right, it'll piss off the players on the left. If we go down the road on the left, it'll piss off the players on the right. And you need both. That's the craziest part, right? You can't have one without the other. A lot of the Zenless player base, the casual players, right? A lot of them think that if hardcore players or the in-game players just magically went away, the game would be perfectly fine. And no, unfortunately, that's just not what's going to happen. What will happen as a result of that? And this would be a realistic example, a realistic or a real world scenario of what happens. Let's say all the top players, your top 2%, top 1%, top 0.5%, whatever. Everyone that would be considered a top level player, a high level player, magically just stops playing the game. They all quit. What's going to happen is it's going to drastically decrease what the players, or rather what the developers, are able to see in terms of information. This is going to turn into, oh, everyone is struggling down here, or everyone is just having a good time down here. Let's increase it. Because there's no more challenge. It's not hard anymore. There's no creativity. Who's coming up with the combos? Who's coming up with the teams? Everyone's playing the game like ABC 1, 2, 3. So we're just going to treat everything like ABC 1, 2, 3. And yeah, they'll still make their characters a little bit more unique, right? But when you lose your quote unquote hardcore player base, the ones that are putting in, you know, how to beat certain boss in 30 30 seconds or less, DU7 clear in 58 seconds with this crazy ass team. This character is busted. CE server access because blah blah blah. You need both. You have to have the casual and you have to have the high level player, because it creates a good balance, right? Exactly as Thanos said. So I don't know. I just, maybe I'm rambling a little too much though.
Or with a lot of people are currently down on the game. It kind of makes me down on it too. Fighting games, I'm a big fan of single player games. I've been getting opportunities with companies within my other channel and stuff to play and get to experience and get back into the other side of genres and stuff that I do love. And so I've been spending my time doing that a bit more than kind of playing Zenless and just gacha in general. Even though I'm just not a big fan of gacha as a whole, I just like Zenless. And
I would love if they bumped up Jane. My top 3 characters that I want them to revisit: Zhu Yuan, Caesar. Honestly, Jane doesn't even need. Okay, the thing about Jane is that she needs her M2. If we're talking about like improving her, because gameplay wise, Jane is perfectly fine. If we're talking about just improving her, it's a numbers thing. There's very little you could do for Jane, because if you tweak her too much, she becomes busted. Bernice would be a really good example. I could see Bernice. I could see Bernice getting revisited to make her a little bit more aggressive as a DPS character. I would like that. But I don't know. Maybe I don't have a third. I know for a fact it's Caesar is my number 1 and Zhuyuan is my number 2. Those are like I'll figure out a third later on. Maybe it is Bernice. I don't know.
So because of that, I just kind of took a step back and wanted to I guess like kind of recollect my thoughts and see if I can fall back in love with Zenless again. I don't completely hate the game. Again, I have a love and hate issue with the game. Just needed to take a step away.
I would accept the whole entire defense class redo. Yes.
And kind of reset a bit. And so being able to do that, and as of recently, probably like this week, I started playing Zenless a bit more, catching up with the story. Like I was still back in like 2.0, 2.1 story. I wasn't even caught up to the current patch of the game.
I'm that far back as well in terms of the story. And I know the story is great. I do like Zenless' story, but as I said in my previous video about Zenless losing its identity, for me, even though I know the story is good, I'm less inclined to play it because it doesn't feel the same. Now, mind you, because I got a couple comments and they were like, one of the comments that I got was saying something like he doesn't think that I play the game because everything that I asked for was in the previous patches. Like they've added those things in the previous updates. And I'm not looking for once a patch, we get this thing. It's not what I'm looking for. But the summer event was great. I think everybody loved that unanimously.
Missed so many Deadly Assault and Shiyu resets, so it was like I just wasn't really playing. Being able to come back after taking a break a little bit, I do still feel the tension within the community and how everybody feels, but overall it's allowed me to, I guess, collect my thoughts a bit more on how I feel with everything. And I think that we're currently in a position that we are within game because of the rough patch, the rough start that we got off with season 1 of Zenless. If you guys didn't know, or if you've been here since season 1, you guys know that the first year of Zenless was always known as Anomaly Zone 0. This was the main class that was getting love.
Yeah, we talk about this a lot.
They were getting primarily focused on, even though we were getting other units outside of just Anomaly within our first year. But I always feel that Anomaly was very dominant, and they seem like they've always been favored, especially within in-game content, making them feel really strong. And because of that, we've gotten a lot of very strong prospects of like who were the better characters within the game within season 1, which is mostly all Anomaly characters. And I feel like that the Zenless devs felt that, and that they felt like that they needed to make a shift from that in order to favor other archetypes and type of characters within the game, so that people that invest into those other characters felt like they were getting love too. And that's what
I think, and I know he's going to finish up with what he's saying, and I'm going to agree with it immediately, but what he just said and how he's tying this to, yo, Jackson, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, wait, you're talking about Booby. Hi, Booby. What up, Indica? How you doing? I think the thing about what he just mentioned, right, what Soul just mentioned, was maybe that's where the split happened. And this is why we have the war that we do within the player base. I don't want to blame it, or I don't want to say it's just Anomaly mains, because I don't think it's just Anomaly mains, but I do want to say I think this war between the player bases, right, this fight, this in-house fighting between the player bases, I think the issue is you've created a player base of casual players, and you've created a player base of the veteran or more technical, the hardcore players. So I guess in a way this probably would be exactly what I was saying about Wuthering and them having 2 split communities. So let me walk that back. Maybe Zenless does have 2 split communities. The player base being, one is casual and they feel like they should just be able to do whatever they want, willy-nilly, and receive whatever they want, right? The participation awards is usually what I talk about when I refer to that. The other is the one that kind of wants to work for it, but they don't want things to be, they don't want to be gate kept or cock blocked from doing or having access to that kind of stuff. I think the reality of it is more along the lines that in order to create that healthy balance, you need all of it. You need bosses that are Anomaly favored. You need bosses that are attack favored. You need bosses that are Rupture favored, so on and so forth. And this is obviously before you get in like different archetypes, right? Like different archetypes would be like Aftershock or DOT, whenever that becomes a thing, defense specific agents or parry, right? Like all these different things that could apply. Before you get into those archetypes, you need to establish the basis of like different team comps and what they can and can't do. But the developers never come out and they have done it, but they don't double down. That might be the best way for me to say that. Developers have openly come out and talked about how they want the game to be creative for the player, you know, a little bit more free so you can build whatever team you want, or try to, at least within reason, of course, and still accomplish whatever it is. But they also want the game to be challenging. They don't want a super easy game. You have an audience, casual player base, that has rejected that mentality entirely. They don't want to do any of that. And they make that very clear. And the developers don't come out and say anything. It's weird. Shiro, you said Hoyo did this by not correctly releasing characters and content that would prepare players for the eventual shift that has happened. Player accounts just weren't ready. At the same time, that's a player's problem for not foreseeing the shift. I agree with that. Not Resonance. I don't even think the last line is sus. Hi, Sen. How you doing? The reason I don't think the last line is sus is simply because of the fact that you are the only one in control of your account, right? As a player, no one else is pulling on your account unless you just give them permission to do so. But Hoyo themselves are not force feeding you these characters. Now, I will say, as Shiro mentioned, and I absolutely agree with that, I've even said that on record. The Zenless developers just did not give enough preparation for players. Some players think this is time. I'm not really referring to time when I talk about preparation. When I talk about preparation, I'm talking about, as Shiro said, the content that's placed in the game. And this is a teaching thing. Zenless just sucks at teaching players how to go from level 1 to level 5, right? From noob to pro. They suck at gradually increasing your own skill level to get to that point. They don't encourage you to build, change, work on things, open training room, whatever. And there's a couple different ways you can go about this, but it's interesting. There's I'm gonna bring up Grand Blue Fantasy Versus for a quick moment. It's a fighting game. Something that Grand Blue does, and they do it very well, is, and yeah, training room is ass. Absolutely. They should have reworked the training room like month 2. Something that Grand Blue does is, if you get your ass kicked online or against a friend or a story boss or arcade mode, whatever, Grand Blue has a little pop-up and it tells you, hey, you did this thing really well. Here's all the other things that you fucked up on. Here's how you can improve. Would you like to go into a specialized training room or specialized training mode that will allow you to practice this thing? And so that thing might be like, hey, your opponent keeps jumping in on you for free. Jumping in on you means when the opponent, like, you know, like if 2 people are here, you keep letting your opponent jump on you. Jump attacks do a lot of damage. They're easy to get into, right? Start the combo. Most heavy hitting combos start with a jumping attack because it's free. So the way to stop that is to use something called an anti-air. Anti-air could be like an uppercut move, or like Cammy has her cannon spike where she like kicks in the air, right? A lot of different things. Grand Blue will take you into a training room and then show you when to uppercut, when to do crouching fierce, right? Or 2H. Some of you guys are familiar with that with like Dragon Ball. Tekken 8 does this as well. Not to the same degree, but they give you the options, the replay system, and they'll teach you inside of the replay system. Let's say you just keep getting your ass kicked. Tekken 8 will pause the fucking game. They'll pause the screen and they'll say, hey, this move is an overhead. And if you get hit by it, you're cooked. You should block high to not get hit, or here's the frame data. The overhead move is 8 frames. Your character has 2p or you know, I don't know the Tekken 8 buttons in notation or whatever, but your character has like 4A, right? Square button, the light punch. Your light punch is 4 frames. You can actually interrupt the overhead if you press light punch in time, and you'll get a counter hit. They teach you that. And so like Raul, you were saying like, you know, Zenless sucks at teaching his mechanics to players like most fighting games. That's just not true. If we're talking about dated fighting games, like older fighting games, like 2011 and below, then yeah, sure. Those definitely suck at teaching you how to play the game. Newer fighting games, more modern fighting games, no, they absolutely take the time to help you learn how to play the game. Whether or not, and again, right, this is something that I don't think Zenless should be doing it, but they need to do it to a degree. Holding your hand is not the same thing as teaching you the game, teaching you the mechanics, right? You only need your hand held for so long before the training wheels have to come off. Skullgirls is amazing at teaching you how to play the game. And Skullgirls is fucked up. Crazy game. A lot of fucked up shit happens in Skullgirls. I don't want to harp on the fighting games for too long. I only brought this up to basically explain why Zenless, and it's been this way. I have a whole video going over it, the miasma video, right? It's been this way, and that's one of Zenless's, if not their biggest problem when it comes to the game and newer players being introduced to the game. It doesn't teach you, right? Zenless teaches you what is how or what is required. Simply reading the enemy description that all DA bosses have is your training. Boom. And then to make the plays, Zenless sucks at doing that. Now we get into a situation where I'll bring this up for just a moment. Now we get into a situation with the Zenless Zone Zero content creators. How many ZZZ content creators are teaching you guys the things that Zenless doesn't teach you? I'm gonna keep it real smooth. Keep it a buck. There's like 3, maybe 4 of us that are teaching you guys the things that Zenless doesn't teach you. Off the top of my head, because I'm not including guide makers. I can include guide makers, but guide makers are only like, they're teaching you how to build the character and what team to put them on. They're not really teaching you the intricacies of the game or like how to beat this boss, what this boss does, all the different strategies to go about that, right? Linnell, R2, myself. That's why I said I can only think of 3. I want to say there's a 4th. I really want to say there's a 4th. But out of the less than 20 creators we already have for Zenless, there's less than 5 of us teaching you guys the extra tidbits of the game. And we can't catch it all. We can't. Blade Cube, thank you. It's impossible for us to catch everything and then show it to you guys, right? Especially in an ample manner. Then you get into the same shit I've been bitching about for like I've been bitching about it to myself for like 2 months, but you guys have heard me talking about it in the last week. What am I talking about? The views. The views are so irregular right now when it comes to Zenless Zone Zero. Oh, and Zig. So, okay, you guys are naming them for me. That's great. I want you guys to, like, anyone that's watching this video, pay attention to chat, like, while they're talking about that. Rewind if you need to. A lot of creators are being mentioned right now that teach you more about the game. What about Kate? Kate does not teach you like the little tidbits and intricacies about the game. Kate teaches you what he's interested in, and that's not a knock. That's not a bad thing at all. He also helps players. There's a difference between me teaching you so that you learn and you do it on your own versus me helping you do it, like, or rather me doing it for you, right? I help you fix your builds. This is what Kate typically does. I'm going to help you fix your builds. You're going to get this account review. We're going to work on your account. We're going to show you what you're doing wrong. But I'm not going to walk you through how to fight this boss, make you repeat it, and then sit and call with you for 3 hours to teach you how to play this. I'm not, like, so few of us creators are taking the time out of our day to do that. Anyone in my Discord can, well, I guess not anyone really, but people that have had this experience can validate what I'm talking about, at least for myself. I don't know if if that was true about fighting games teaching you how to play. Then why do players cry about the game? It's because they refuse to learn, and that's okay. The game was never for them anyways. So that's a different thing. There's a couple examples of this, and guys, I know that you might be watching this video like, oh my God, fuck fighting games. It's important to the conversation, but I do want to bring these things up so that you guys are more aware. for when you hear these other parts of the conversations or you listen to us talking about like teaching things. It's not that modern day fighting games are harder to learn. Let's take Street Fighter 6 for example. And I'm bringing this up for a very specific reason. Street Fighter 6 has a modern mode and a classic mode. Modern mode is basically like mash whatever buttons you want, do the thing. Classic mode is you have 6 buttons with the controls, Shoryuken motions, fireball motions, SPD motions, whatever, right? That is the harder one, even though it's standard. Most new players will gravitate towards modern gameplay and they will play modern mode. There's a tournament. I believe it's not Ludwig. Wow. The Sajam Slam. Sajam runs a tournament every other month or so where he grabs a bunch of popular streamers, new players, gets them to play a fighting game, usually Street Fighter 6 that they've never played before. And then they have a coach and that coach walks them through whatever's going on. It's not that they aren't being taught the game. It's that they don't want to take the time to learn the game. And this is why I have the mentality that I do for everything. It's why I'm so harsh about Zenless Zone Zero as a whole. It's because the game, and this is legit, Zenless sucks at teaching you shit, absolutely. But you have resources that are helping you learn the things that would improve your gameplay. Oh man, power creep sucks. Oh man, HP inflation this. Oh man, ice is being cock blocked right now. Hey, here are the things you could do to overcome that. Here are the things you can do to just not have to worry about that at all. Insert option 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't want to do that. I don't want to look at that. That's your fault. It's your fault. But my mentality is very much quit or submit. You're gonna either learn because you want to, or you're just gonna keep it pushing. Because you can't do both. You can't. It's like if I played a fighting game, if I were teaching somebody a fighting game, Sajam Slam, again, great example. There was a situation where Ludwig, and he's not the only one, but I'm not going to mention the other guy because I just think he was kind of bullshitting, but whatever. Yo, Park, thank you for the resub on the Twitch Prime, baby. I appreciate that. Welcome to hometown. There was a situation where Ludwig, and there's a video too. I love this video from Ludwig specifically because it shows the progression of a player. It shows the downs. It shows when he's ready to quit. And then it shows him like, I get it now. And it shows him really trying to like use what he's learned in the ample amount of time that he's had. And he gets that win. That's what a fighting game is. Like most games are like that, right? When you have put in so much work to learn this thing or to train and you finally see the results, it feels good. But if it's just given to you, you don't feel anything. In this video and in this scenario that I'm talking about, Ludwig basically like spams, I think it's Zangief's like, oh, all right, the SPD or whatever, the fucking, lariat. Spams lariat, he beats this guy. Ludwig thinks he's the shit. He's awesome. Awesome. And then he gets beat because somebody understands, oh, lariat is a high. I can just sweep your shit and I never have to interact with you. I can zone you and I never have to interact with you. And Ludwig gets super upset, super pissed off. He quits the game. He Alt F4s. I don't want to play this. This sucks. Fighting games are ass. That's why these are the hardest games to learn. Blah, 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 blah. He comes back, clear head, little bit of coaching, learns how to counter the counter. Feels amazing when he does it. Goes on to win a couple matches in the tournament. I had to scratch the back of my head. And Shiro, exactly. Some things I just can't teach you. You have to learn through experience. I can give you the information, but I can't teach you when and how to do it all the time. This same thing applies to Zenless Zone Zero. I can teach you the tricks and the tools and what to look out for against a boss. I cannot walk your hand or I can't hold your hand through the entire fight. And because Zenless is not choreographed, the bosses don't do the same thing all the time. The only boss that does that right now is, what's the one that everyone hates? Not Fiend. Defiler? Defiler. That's the only boss in the game that does the same thing almost every single time. Circling back, I know that was a little bit of a tangent. I brought up the views, I brought up the players, I brought up the creators to represent the fact that only so few of us are doing the job that Zenless should be doing. And because of that, because the communities, let's keep it a buck. The majority of players or viewers, I'll say that, the majority of viewers that are watching and consuming Zenless Zone Zero content on the platform are not watching myself. They're not watching Lionel. They're not watching R2. They're not watching, I want to try and name everybody that you guys named. They're not watching Zik. They're not watching Blade Cube. I'm missing a couple. I feel bad because y'all just said it, but I was going through like a tangent or whatever. They're not watching Ethan's Endless. Is that it? That might be it. That might be it. I think I got them all. All right. Right. The majority of players just aren't watching us. We might have a video that pops off and it would be super awesome. Right. But the majority of players are watching the ones that are pretty casual. They're also watching the ones that do the work for them because that's what they want. There's a repeating, it's not even a problem. Well, at least not to me because I don't care, but there's the repeating factor. I want an account review whenever I can't do something because I know I'm doing, and you'll always see this, right? You guys more than likely have seen this type of player on YouTube or Twitter or Twitch. Oh, I know the rotation. My combos are perfect. I'm doing everything perfectly. I know exactly what it is that I'm doing. I'm not a bad player. This team is just ass. It's HP inflation. It's power creep. It's the new boss. It's because I don't have the new character. That's why I'm not clearing. That's why I can't get past 20K. And then Kate will get on their account. ALG will get on their account. Jay Stern will get on their account. I'll get on their account. And we clear whatever they were having issues with zero problems. No problem at all. It gets cleared. And you notice that this is a repeating pattern. The same type of player assumes they believe they're the best. They know everything. They're perfect. And in reality, if we're talking about like the equivalent of knowledge, they know nothing. It's a hard pill to swallow that not a lot of players want to swallow. And that's just everywhere, right? No one wants to admit they're not as good as they think they are. I had to swallow that pill. Multiple top fighting game players had to swallow that. Multiple pro streamers, pro FPS players had to swallow that pill. It is what it is.
That's what it seems like season 2's been all about. They've been trying to focus
Hi, Mama on TV. What up, Hugo?
Their new class Rupture that they're currently building up and kind of, pushing or dimming down the fire of Anomaly just a bit. And I feel that because
I've only heard like one of those guys that you named and have never been served a single video. YouTube algorithm is cooked. If I go like 2 days without watching Zenless videos, I stop getting them. This is once again something that I've been talking about and bitching about for like the last week or so because, excuse me, it's completely destroyed right now. And again, I thought it was just me. I really want to say it's just me because that's the humble thing to do. The humble thing to do is say that I'm the one at fault here for why the YouTube algorithm is like fucking over my channel or the Zenless category, right? And then in the same breath, I would say, well, you know what? It can't be the algorithm because ALG is still getting, better than average views. Kate is still getting better than average views and even more, right? Kate is getting way more consistent views now than he was a couple months ago. Rivenous is getting more consistent views and better views as well. So I can't really say that, right? That's how I feel. But then you guys will come in and say like, I just don't see videos. I just don't get recommended anybody. Hey, I want to learn the game, but YouTube doesn't show me those type of videos. YouTube shows me whatever it thinks I want to see and not what I probably need to see because not everybody, this goes into what I was saying earlier, right? The majority of players who are absorbing or consuming content on the platform are not looking at this type of content. They're not looking at content to get better. They're looking at content that validates or reaffirms how they feel negatively about the game. This is why negativity spreads, or whatever the fuck the saying is. This is why if I were to make a video right now saying I quit Zenless Zone Zero, ZZZ is the worst game possible. I'm ditching ZZZ to play Wuthering Waves. Wuwa is a better game. I guarantee you that video will blow the fuck up. I guarantee it. But if I made a video talking about here are the top 5 things you can do to beat Zenless Zone Zero, every boss in Zenless Zone Zero. Here's how you beat blank boss in the current DA in Zenless Zone Zero. That video is going to get 5K tops. It sucks.
Everybody was so anomaly peeled due to the game focusing on anomaly so much, which is more so what I blame the developers and the teams for pushing the class and making them feel like this impenetrable and unkillable force. It's caused people to essentially fall behind and not really invest into any other aspect of the game due to anomaly feeling so strong and everything else feeling so much under it within the first year of the game. So everybody is overall feeling that. I feel
make a video saying you're going back to HSR. I don't even think anyone care. Like some people just don't know I even did Star. I don't think they would care. They'd be like, bro, what? Ill.
Like how they're going about this way of essentially shifting the mode from anomaly to attack to rupture, and I guess trying to even the playing field. They aren't really going about it in a really great way. A lot of people, when they talk about in-game, they talk about how they feel about the bosses, HP inflations, and all that stuff. If I'm going to be honest, recently everybody talks about Defiler, how it's an attack-based boss. And when hearing that, I honestly don't think that's a bad idea. I think it's actually good that we have bosses that are centered around being focused to be stronger or have more favorable matchups, depending on the class that the agents are used.
Thank you. Thank you. No, Kato, I used to play Starro. That was my first foil game that I was like focused on as a content creator. Thank you. I'm so glad Soul said that. Like, and you guys know that I had to take that back, right? Well, it's not even a take back really, but after playing against Priest and then playing a lot against Defiler with Sambi and a few other teams, my opinions about Defiler changed. I thought Defiler was the worst boss in the game. It's like the worst designed boss in the game. It's horrible. And a lot of casual players feel the same way. But they don't feel that way because of the same reasons that I was expressing. They feel that way primarily because they, as Soul just mentioned, they feel like this boss is an attack-only boss. Like, you have to play attack comp into this boss, right? That's how they feel. That's not true. That's not true, but very favorable. Now, why other players don't like it, including myself, is because of the time-wasting mechanics. Now, as I said just a few moments ago, my opinion about Defiler changed. I don't hate the time-wasting mechanics anymore. The reason I don't hate them is because you're properly rewarded for doing them correctly. Would I like to just sit there and mash basic attack for damage all day? Probably, yeah. But in the time period that I'm doing it, I'm rewarded appropriately or moderately. Moderately is better than appropriately. It's still ass. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's still ass. If they took it away, I'm not going to fight for it to get put back in the game, right? I'm not for it, but I'm taking back what I said, that she's the worst designed boss in the game, because she's not. If we're talking about scores, which most players refer to scores when they're looking at Deadly Assault, your score should be more consistent fighting Defiler versus Priest. That's number one. Number two, any other boss in the game. The scores against Defiler should be so consistent that this boss goes right up there next to Typhon, excuse me, Typhon, as one of the easiest bosses in the game. Which one is worse? Priest. In my opinion, I think Priest is by far bottom 3 bosses in the game, because it's not even that it doesn't have a pattern. Priest does whatever the fuck it wants with no tell sign at all. Priest does shit that you don't even know is coded in the game. It literally just does it. Hey, you should go into miasma phase because I've done enough damage to you. I've broken you to this point to where you should jump into miasma. I don't feel like it. I'm going to skip to my second phase now. What do you mean by, how are you doing that? Wait, timeout. You didn't go in the air. You didn't do the 1-1-1. Where are my parries? hey, the thing to get my points says that I need to parry you consistently per 3 seconds. You just went a whole 2.5 minutes not giving me a single parry option within 3 seconds. Yeah. It's Priest. That's just me though, bro. GG's, get fucked.
Houston. And so I think it's good that we have an attack-based boss like the Fowler. I think it's good that we have anomaly-based boss like with the Fiend, and then we have rupture-based bosses with I believe I think it's the
more doppelganger boss will be awesome.
He's either here now, he's coming up soon. I think it's good that we have like bosses that are supposed to be specialized into using certain classes. I think it allows people to those.
You said you'd be having 20k. Okay, so let me ask you guys another question. For those of you that think Priest is easy, you're using Yi Xuan, right? Because there's no other character in the game is giving you that easy score. You're using Yi Xuan against Priest, which is her most favorable boss. And that's why it feels easy to you. And even then, Yi Xuan versus Priest still isn't consistent. For patches, we've gone against Yi Xuan and Priest, right? Or Yi Xuan has gone against Priest. And the kill score, or rather the ability to kill at low cost or average cost, has fluctuated every patch. Every time he comes into the game, someone has to tweak something about their team to get the kill. Meanwhile, Mono Ice just does Mono Ice shit and it gets the kill.
Spread out their roster and allow people that have invested into certain things to be a bit more favorable, and feel like they're getting some form of love within the meta. But I think where everything goes kind of wrong is where the buffs come into
new stream
play,
format,
which is
just for the YouTube,
shilling.
just for
now,
the
I want to
YouTube.
make
I'm
this
testing out the
clear,
short
and
form.
I don't think a lot of creators
stuff.
do this enough. Shilling within in-game has always existed within Zenless. At the very beginning, not
that
only
HP do be
within
inflating.
Deadly Assault, but also Shiyu. And so this has always been a thing. But I will say that the shilling, to the degree that has gotten, wasn't as bad as it is currently. I feel like we are getting too character specific or kit specific with how these buffs are being implemented, and it's becoming very noticeable that they want you to be pulling for these on banner characters at this very moment. Now,
I agree with that. I think most recently, because before I was like, it's whatever, they're gonna shill. There's a buff currently in the game. I'm pretty positive they only just slightly changed it. They changed it from being attack and electric, like attack agents or double attack comps got a certain like crit damage buff, something like that. And then electric got another damage bonus, right? But I'm pretty positive there's a new buff in the game right now just for electric agents. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Ether Veil buff is also a thing. Very specific. But to Ether Veil's credit, I think we're getting more characters that drop Ether Veils on the field. No, we don't have just the electric one. Okay, so if we don't have just the electric one, then I'm thinking of a different buff. So maybe that's not what it is. Maybe it is still attack or double attack plus electric. It's still double attacker. Okay. Yeah. So then let's just use the Ether Veil buff then exactly for what it is. The attack is mostly electric. That's what I was under the impression of. But if it's still double attacker, then it works out.
Of course, it is a gacha game. This is something that we should all expect. It's not something that I think that you should overall like or just overall expect.
What if we don't? Banyue, to my knowledge, doesn't have Veil. Does he just get to suffer without Lucia then? Well, in Banyue's case, right? This is one of those things where you know this character is coming up. Lucia was just here. And then you would have had this entire patch to save up and then get Banyue. Now, I'm not the dictator of who does what with their accounts, but this would be one of those situations where it's like you definitely should have planned to get his best support. However, according to Prydwen, Panda is shooting up and gonna be amazing for all the rupture agents. So you might not even need Lucia, and you might just be able to use Banyue and Panda. Who knows?
But it is something that is just always going to be at play, and that you're just going to have to work around and try to fight against, because their whole objective when it comes to making a free-to-play game, especially a gacha game, is that their goal is to not only create a fun game for people to enjoy, but their goal is to also make money. So they will do things that will always go about making money. If you looked at any Hoya...
Oh no! I'm out of storage. Fuck! How did this happen? How did this happen? Ah, I ran out. Hold on. 137. What the fuck is in here? Oh, this is all the Genshin shit. Oh, and the woo stuff. Am I really gonna make content out of the woo stuff? And then my weekend thing is like, this is all the way back from January. You know, I don't think we're gonna do that, right? We're not really gonna use that. I think it's safe for me to just delete, right? Because even though chapter 2, like the sunset stuff in chapter 2, I really did enjoy that, but maybe I'll hold on to that one. August, I think I need that. I don't know. I don't know what this other stuff is, or this, or any of this really. Let's delete that too. Damn, 1 terabyte. Sheesh. Okay, we don't need 2XKO CBT3 footage. We can get that out of here. Lucia footage. I don't really need that. Get that out of here. Orphe came out before Lucia, right? Yeah, I don't need that anymore. Get that out of here. DZN. I don't think I need that either. Get that out of here. Marathon. I kind of want to keep Marathon because we don't know when that's coming back, if it's coming back at all. Yuzu Ice stuff. I need that. Grand Blue. I was doing some stuff with Grand Blue. Had an idea. I don't think I'm going to do it. I'll go ahead and delete it. NTE. I might use something with that. I don't know. We got a lot of fucking shit here, bro. Is that Fortnite? That is Fortnite. Am I gonna do something with Fortnite? Probably not in this current moment in time. Let's delete that. A lot of this other shit I really gotta get. I gotta come in here and clean this, bro. Because I don't know what half of this stuff is. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think this is mostly Lucia. This has to be mostly Lucia. Oh wait, no, is this the kill stuff? This might be kill shit. Nope. This is not kill shit. Oh, this is Yudhari stuff. Yeah, we don't need that. Because I have her now. We're gonna delete that too. There we go. 300 gigs. All right. Oh wait, you know what? I should also check if it recorded. Excuse me. Hey guys, it's time. Here we go. Now it's working. We're back on YouTube. Fuck, it's corrupted though. Ah, damn. All right. I might have to, you know what? Let me just, I'll timestamp as well. So I know to come back. I know to come back to it. But I think what I'll end up doing is maybe I'm going to hit record anyway. Maybe I can uncorrupt it. I do know how to do that, but we'll see. But let's just kind of go back to it. So we're in the middle. We're in the middle here. And we'll just, if not though, like if I have to pick it back up, it's on Twitch. I can just download it from Twitch. But the problem with taking it from Twitch is that my audios won't be separated. And I hate when my audios aren't separated.
Game in the past.
What up, bro?
This is nothing new. They always make content that are designed to shield the new characters coming out, and this is something that just isn't going to stop, and I don't expect them to stop it, but I think there should be some form of adjustment when it comes to like the buffs and the ways that they be shielding to make it not as restrictive as it's becoming lately. Back in the
off topic, Hune, if you happen to watch this, or Soul, if you happen to watch this, you guys did an amazing job at carrying the video so far. Normally, Soul, you have a lot of like breathy cuts in between. Not breathy like you're breathing, but like there's a lot of space in between the cuts, right? And I try to get my editor to do the same thing where you take it out. The jump cuts right now, snappy, quick. I love it. You're very good editing, very good job, super smooth.
The past, when it came to like a lot of buffs within in-game, it was noticeable that yeah, they were favoring Anomaly in a lot more of these boss fights, and that they want you to use these certain characters. But I felt like that there was a bit more leeway with the buffs and how like they can actually, some things can actually be used within other characters, other classes to still receive some benefits. And I think that they need to go about doing that a bit more with the current buffs that we have within a lot of these current rotations, and I think it'll feel a lot less egregious purchase within in-game.
Agreed.
I think if these buffs weren't so character specific and weren't so shilly, I think people would have a lot more of an enjoyable experience with the game. Because I think the main thing that a lot of people fell in love with, one of the main things that I fell in love with in Zenless, is the ability to be able to comfortably switch and rotate throughout characters and kind of play any of your favorite characters that you want to, no matter the matchup that it is. And
I think before he continues, so I agree with what Soul is saying, but at the same time, I don't think the result would be what it might become. And I also don't think, because other people think the same thing, where it's like if the buffs weren't as shilly and you made more neutral buffs, everybody would be happy. And I think there's a very key factor we're not taking into consideration. What we're not considering is the fact that when we had more neutral based buffs, the game was in a much more baby mode state. It was way easier. The HP was nowhere near what it is today. The resistances were not in place. The bosses were not as stally or aggressive, right? They just weren't as detailed or unique as they are now. If you made more neutral based buffs, players like myself and Soul, we would be more at home. What I mean by that, and not just like Soul, right? Just anybody, right? But I'm saying Soul and I, because we're on the screen right now. We would be at home, because now what would happen if you make buffs less shilly and you turn the game into a more neutral state, you make the slate more neutral, you now force the skill level to go up. You guys know how whenever Dwarf makes his videos, and Dwarf always brings up the bar. He'll talk about where the bar is in relation to the skill floor and the skill ceiling, right? And I moved it back because I didn't want Soul to have like a bad freeze frame. But you know, he talks about the bar a lot. And then if the bar is just above 20K, that's pretty good. That's where they want it. That's where most players are striving to get. So they get a little bit above 20K. Good. If you make more neutral shield or neutral buffs, neutral territory, I think that bar would naturally be forced to go up. Because now you don't have the shield buff or even the slightly shield buff giving you an absurd boost that you would not have otherwise. And now you're forced to learn the rotation, learn the proper combos, learn what your characters or teams can do versus each and every boss, and learn the matchup. Shiro, that's why I say it's a good thing for players like us, right? Because we naturally do this anyway. It's bad for the players asking for it. So here's the thing. Most players like ourselves aren't actually asking for the neutral buffs. We would like it and we think it might be a good change, but the players who are asking for neutral buffs are the same players that don't want to put in work to learn anything new. They're the same players that are like, I only play hyper carry, or why would I do this when I can just mash my face across a keyboard and it just works, right? So when you do something that naturally changes, or rather forces them, it's an inadvertent force. It'll naturally happen. They'll complain. They'll find some reason as to why this is a problem, and they'll blame it on HP. They'll blame it on power creep, whatever. But the reality is you lost the big ass boost that you were getting from the buff. Now you have a much more neutral buff that everybody can take advantage of. Hey, when you dodge counter 3 times, everyone gets plus 25% crit damage. Because you can't have a neutral buff that's just as strong as the shield buff. Defeats the point. At that point, all you're doing is asking for the same buff, but you want it to be accessible to you because you didn't want to invest or build whatever that other archetype is. Zenless wouldn't do that. Like Ishwin when she lost her initial DA buff in 2.0 and went to 2.1. Exactly. If I'm an M2 Evelyn owner, an M0 Yadhari shouldn't be outscoring or putting up closer scores to my M2 Evelyn because a buff made that big of a difference. On one hand, I agree with you, right? On the other hand, naturally, Yidhari is just stronger than Evelyn. Let's just keep it a buck. I don't need neutral buffs, just buffs that apply to a few different characters, so it isn't quite as shill as it is right now. I could see that. And yeah, sure, I agree with you. The buffs are egregious. The shield buffs in particular are very egregious. So I would like them to tone that down as well. I'm not really in favor of them. That's not what I'm trying to get across here. Hopefully the people watching the video understand that. What I am saying though is if you made neutral slated buffs, if you made a much more neutral territory, it would naturally force players to get better at the game, or they're gonna bitch even harder. Imagine having a buff for Miyabi, and I use the strongest character for a reason. Imagine having a buff for Miyabi that did not give her the equivalent of an AM6 or an attack 6 or a free disc 4 AP, right? 40% extra damage on disorders. Imagine not having that. And instead, she got something that would benefit all anomaly characters, but at a lesser degree. And so now you're forced to not only correct your builds, you can't go in there with a bullshit ass Miyabi build. Now you need a strong Miyabi build. Now you need a strong team. Now you need to understand how to play the team, the combos, the rotations, and move on from there, right?
Rotate throughout characters and kind of play any of your favorite characters that you want to, no matter the matchup it is. And this somewhat still exists within the game, as I'm someone that plays Soldier 11 no matter where people think she is within the tier list. And I can comfortably tell you that I'm able to clear content with her still, as long as I have the proper teams and builds and characters and, you know, overall investment lined up with her in order to clear content. So yes, I've still done the recent DA.
If a player's skill is what's stopping them from getting DA in 60k and Deadly Assault, I think that's a lot more tolerable than basically lying to players for a patch into thinking they are better than they actually are because they had a Jesus buff. You know what? Wording it that way, I completely agree with you. And I think for me, I wasn't even thinking of the 60k. I'm thinking of like that 20, 25k range. But if we're talking like 60k, I absolutely agree. I guess even to an extent, I might even still agree with you, even if we were talking about 20 to 25k, if you word it in that particular fashion. Because I'm naturally in favor of players just getting better at the game, right? And that's any game. If you're playing Wuthering and you're fucking sweating your ass off and the community or the bosses are hard, get better at the game. If you're playing Genshin, get better at the game. Starrel, get better at the game, right? Like I am avidly against, or vehemently, I'm vehemently against just giving people participation awards. I don't agree with that at all.
I think we had Miasma Priest last time. I cleared it with Soldier 11. I was able to clear Defiler with Soldier 11. Last time I did Complex, before I went for my DA kill attempt, and when we did, what's the electric boss that freaking kills itself with a defensive assist? It's slipping my mind right now. You guys know what boss I'm talking about. I was able to clear with Soldier and see there as well. So I'm someone that's, you know, I pull for the characters that I enjoy. And that's one of the main things that I always strive and focus on and push people to do. And so I think with the current state in the game is that you are able to still play the things that you want, and you are able to essentially have a little bit of experimentation to fight against different bosses, no matter what's being shielded. But I will say it has been feeling to get harder and harder to do so, and I don't know if I like the fact that it is going down this route because of, I guess, how egregious the buffs and stuff are getting. I think they're doing enough with like the matchups overall of like being more favorable for attacks, rupture, and anomaly based off the bosses themselves. I think them being more favored there based off the bosses themselves is already good enough. I don't think they need to do all this extra shielding that they're doing with the buffs in order to make these characters feel so much stronger, because I think the reverse effect or the downside is that once these characters stop getting shield, people tend to realize very quickly that these characters aren't as strong as I thought before, and they start to feel weaker and weaker, which is something that people were starting to run into with like Yi Zhuan when her shield buffs were slowing down before we recently got Lucia with the Ether Veil buff. And so because
that's what earlier we talked about that in chat, or that was mentioned in chat with Yi Zhuan going from 2.0 into 2.1, and like the buff was so dramatic that buff alone was the reason so many players, Prydwen included, We're like, yo, Ishwin is stronger than Miyabi. She's up there. She's tier 0. The same thing could be said for Miyabi too. Let me make sure. When Miyabi was here, she had a buff that allowed her to basically run an attack disc 6 because they gave her the equivalent of an AM disc 6 for free, just from the buff alone. And this encouraged players to run Miyabi with attack 6 instead of anomaly 6 when she wants anomaly. And it created a huge back and forth, huge argument, discussion, whatever.
This, I think that there is essentially a lot more healthier alternative that we can go about in order to make these characters still feel like they're worth the pool without overall sacrificing, I guess, the enjoyment and integrity of the end game. Again, I know this is a gacha game, so they're going to shield and they're always going to push the idea of pulling and purchasing new characters coming out. But I just think that there is a healthier way to go about
do your
this,
thing,
so
bro. Thanks for hanging out.
As aggressive and unfun for the community, because again, that's the whole reason why like I was down about the game, and most of the reason why I guess hate in-game is because it's causing this conversation, this disgruntledness, and this overall aggressive nature and hate within the community towards it that's making it feel less and less fun. And I think because of this, it's slowly causing people to...
I like how they keep reusing the same thing over and over.
fade away and stop playing the game over time. And that's not something I want, because I still think Zenless is a great game. I think it's definitely my favorite gacha game on the market still right now, and I love when new people get into it and overall enjoy it a lot more. This is a feeling that overall burdens people.
In the middle of watching your Miyabi vid about Mono Ice or Vivian and Miyabi, yeah, that's a good video. It's a good video. It's a good video.
People that's been playing the game the most or the longest overall, instead of like a lot of new players, because a lot of new players, they end up getting the new stuff that overall benefits the current meta of the game, because most of their pools are going to be investing into the new things. But everybody that has like overall a year's worth of investment and they have a lot of the older characters that they still love and enjoy, I feel like you're getting hurt and harmed because you're not able to overall enjoy the characters that you had before and the characters that you love. And I don't like that feeling at all with Zenless. And I think that overall hurts the overall beauty and nature of the game, because the game is so expressive and allows skill expression to almost to the highest degree for almost any gacha game that I've played, which isn't a lot, admittedly. I don't really play this genre too often, but it's fun. And I think that's something that's one of the main things that I want Zenless to continue to hold.
I think that I know I'm losing my train of thought here on like what he just said, but he was talking about the differences or the different things with the gacha games and shilling. A part of me feels like Threshold is supposed to be that neutral-ish type of in-game content. It's a combination of Deadly Assault, a little bit of Tower, and some Shield defense. And I think the buffs inside of Threshold aren't as egregious because everyone has a buff. Correct me if I'm wrong. In Threshold, every single archetype has some type of buff, and they even give you the trial characters to use inside of Threshold. Because where I was going with that, while I was listening to Soul talk about that, I was gonna say that I think we need a new end game. I think we need a new end game that does give you that more neutral ground in order to really test yourself. And then I was like, well, that's Tower, right? Tower is neutral and it's more challenging. Doesn't really care about the HP inflation. It doesn't really matter. And they hit like way harder, right? Different variations of the bosses. Like, yeah, everyone doesn't play Tower, especially because there's only rewards up to like a certain floor. And then I thought about Threshold. I was like, wait a minute, Threshold has the same thing, but the buffs aren't egregious or as egregious. And I feel like that would be the case. So like, while we're looking at Deadly Assault for what we have going on, maybe we ought to start implementing the fact that Threshold, maybe they made Threshold for this specific thing that we're talking about, right? And so if that is the case, if we bring this into the conversation, if Threshold was the in-game mode they made in order to appease, or rather to simmer down the feelings of Deadly Assault and the buffs and whatever else, wouldn't that be worth noting? Or are we at a point now where, like, as a community, we reject Threshold? We want Deadly Assault to be Threshold, because that's what it sounds like a lot of people want. Because I don't really hear people talking about Threshold. People are treating Threshold like it's Tower. They're treating it like a one and done. Like, okay, it's done. I don't have to touch it anymore. It is what it is. I think the reset for Threshold is too long for it to be noticed, right? I don't even know what the reset is for Threshold. So maybe that is too long, right? Because I don't know when it resets.
Them to continue to hold the fun factor of the game.
But it definitely shouldn't be the speed at which Deadly Assault and She reset. Those reset, what, every 2 weeks? Threshold should reset probably once a month. Give the players enough time to go through all of Threshold with whatever they got going on. It's 42 days. That sounds like Star Rail.
I feel like that over time, this is slowly just begin to whittle down because of this whole.
So yeah, it might be once per patch if it's 42 days.
So frustrated with it. But other than that, though, I still love the game. I think Zenless is a beautiful game. It's a lot of fun to play. Pretty much hate the direction that, or some of the things that they're doing with in-game. What aspects do I still love about it? And I think the main things that I love about in-game still is that it presents me the challenge that I've always been facing since playing in-game the whole time. I've been somebody that's been attack pilled ever since the game's been out because I just find the attack class the most satisfying. So I've been someone that's essentially been fighting against the odds that in-game has been providing me the whole time. When things was anomaly focus and anomaly shield, I just enjoyed playing the characters that I like, which is the main thing that I always push and advocate for. Me being someone that still only pulls for the characters I enjoy, of course I am benefiting a bit from all the newer bosses that essentially benefits the characters that I play, but I still do play a lot of the older characters in the game that I just overall enjoy, have fun with. And so essentially my goal.
I wonder why they're so like glued to Soldier 11. I know that's their favorite, but like we got Minato now.
Is that if I can still clear with all the characters I enjoy playing, no matter how high of a score I had before, I overall still enjoy the game. Now I am someone that still push for high scores the best that I can, but I don't let that overall deter me or essentially kill my overall experience if I'm not able to hit the scores that I had previously before. I do worry about not being able to clear at some point as those scores continue to get lower and lower. But as of right now, the thrill and excitement of being able to push onward, push through adversity and challenge, that's something that I love about Zenless. And that
I think that's because Soul, you're normal. And I know that people would take that as an insult. I don't mean it that way. I'm saying that you're normal in a sense that the way you receive gaming, the way that you're already accustomed to like ranked systems and scaling and climbing and bettering yourself in the game, it's normal. And it's normal to other people that do these things, right? That play these games or play other games, whatever the case may be. And what I've learned over my few years of doing gacha game content is that most gacha game players don't play other games. They only play gacha games. Maybe whatever's popular, right? Like if when Expedition 33 came out, they'll jump on that for like two days. I don't know. But I don't really think that I don't think this sentiment is common across the entire board.
I'm able to still do and overall enjoy and get maximum reward from it currently within this state of the game. That hasn't really changed much. It's gotten harder, but like I stated before, it's overall still possible.
I like Soldier 11 because of her frame inputs as well. Absolutely.
To play what you want. And that's what I've been loving about the game still. And I hope that they continue to offer and provide that aspect, because I understand that in order to continue to use the characters I've always played, continue to play within the future, I have to invest into them any which way that I possibly can if I want them to still improve. So for me, if I want to continue to get Soldier 11, I need to continue getting copies of her. I need to continue to invest into the characters that work really well with her, and see if there's other team alternatives that I can come up with and build when new agents come and when new sets come out. That's the things that I enjoy, because I love making my older agents feel new. But I know that's something not everybody cares about. So even though that might be something.
Lion, do your thing, big dog. Have a good night, man. Have a good night. Hopefully you have a good day tomorrow as well.
Now, I love about the game and why it's continue to makes me still push and play and still enjoy. Now, that might not be what allows you.
I need to leave comments on their videos more. They do help. Ty, they absolutely help.
You to enjoy the game.
What up, Ghost?
Fine. Everybody has their thoughts and opinions on it, and I'm just here to provide mine. But overall, the goal that the developers are trying to push right now, I feel like that we're trying to get to an equilibrium, and I think we're just in a rough patch right now that will overall subside or hopefully get better over time once we hit that equilibrium, once we hit that middle road where all of the characters are able to essentially equally benefit from one another. But of course,
This is what I was talking about earlier, guys. I'm live on Twitch too. Yeah. This is what I was talking about earlier when I said that hitting that middle ground for like players requires both sides of the community, right? Both player bases to come to their own middle grounds, because the developers right now are making decisions based off what they think each side of the player base is doing or asking for. Casuals want one thing, and then the dedicated players or more seasoned players, right? Like the high level players, they want another thing. Some things are in the middle, synonymous. We both want these things, but a lot more things between each party, they're conflicting.
I do think there will need to be some form of change and some form of improvements that allow things to open up and feel better. And I think one of the things that allow that to happen is providing new alternatives into in-game, which is essentially offering new in-game, offering new content for us to enjoy other than just adding new bosses. And I think that Threshold Simulation was a great addition for that. And added a new layer of in-game that allows, it makes feeling like playing our older agents and characters that, were in their prime before. And
see, I knew I wasn't tripping. I thought maybe Threshold would be that mode, right? Like the thing that players are asking for would be Threshold. And I find it so hilarious, right? It's so funny because, and yeah, my shirt says Chipotle. Anyway. Anyway, and I don't even eat Charmanders, all right? I don't eat Charmanders or Chipotle like that, bro. That's crazy. But I should probably start, though. I don't know. People said Chipotle gives you a big bag, but whatever. I feel like it's funny that Threshold might just be the mode players, casual players, are asking for. But those same players have come out and talked about why they don't like Threshold. Like they don't think it's good. So it's weird.
We're dominating Deadly Assault. These agents feel really good in this new in-game now. And
you hate that it uses DA buffs, but like that's what I was saying, right, Roman? The buffs exist for everyone. So in Deadly Assault, there's only 3. There's shield. You know what I mean? That's what we don't like. But in Threshold, everyone has a buff. Like there's a shield buff for everyone in Threshold. So like unless you purposely like, okay, this is how Threshold is, right? Let's say that you go up against something and it's like, all right, cool, bro. Like fight the thingy with fire and attack, right? So we're going to buff up fire and attack. You have to purposely say, you know what? I don't want to fight the thing with fire and attack. I'm going to fight it with ether and anomaly. And I want to use an ether and anomaly buff, but it doesn't exist because I'm fighting the fire and attack. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like you purposely have to go against the grain inside of Threshold to not have a buff that works for any of your characters. There's 5 different, this is way more than 5 buffs, but still. Is there more than 5? There might just be 5 per floor, if I'm not mistaken.
And essentially provides, I guess, like a reset of a very or provides us a new alternative way to enjoy the characters that we have. And I think that's one of the main things that they have to do and push in order to make our characters feel good again and great again, even while also making adjustments to the buffs that they offer. One of the things I meant to bring up earlier is that I think in-game also feels like a struggle and people are declining their enjoyment of the game.
I just want a mode that will let me use my agents raw without any buffs and shields. Isn't that tower? That's tower, isn't it? Hold on, wait a minute. That's tower, right? There is no shield buff. Tower has some buffs, but they don't have any shield buffs. Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. I can't imagine playing this game without no buff at all. The current state of the game, hell no.
For it, it's because you're probably feeling a bit of in-game fatigue, and I think that's one of the main reasons why I took my break from the game.
You're gonna fight one of these late game bosses, and it's gonna have fucking 2-second stun windows because you ain't got no buffs.
Didn't fatigue at like, you know, me not enjoying the bosses and stuff, and it just wasn't enjoyable. So I needed a shift, a change in pace, and whether that me taking a break from the game and playing something else, or the game introducing something different and new that allows me to essentially attract my attention there. I know a lot of people that you don't like Tower, so Tower isn't an option for people. So a lot of people just mostly focus on Shiyu and Daily Assault. But with Threshold Simulation, people seem to somewhat like it and are finding their interest there. So maybe this is the change of pace that we needed in order to essentially make in-game feel a much more full experience again.
I promise I didn't pre-watch this video. He's saying things that I already said. I promise I didn't watch this video beforehand, bro.
I think it's definitely going to take time, and they're definitely going to need to make adjustments and improvements to that game, but I think that is one way in order to make the game feel a bit better. I think that's all I have to say for why I love and hate in the game. It's a very mixed emotion and very mixed feeling with the game currently right now, but I think overall, Zenless is a game I still enjoy enough to the point that, you know, I want to continue to cover content, I want to continue to grow a community with it, and I want to continue to talk about the game the best that I can. But this is a conversation that's, you know, drains a lot of energy out of people and even me, to the point that I don't want to keep talking about this. So I want to kind of end my thoughts on the state of in-game currently right now, and just kind of end it here to maybe, I don't know, maybe to the end of season 2, or if something major happens to the point that the game just becomes unbearable, we'll bring it up. Or if something really drastic and good happens to the game, we'll talk about it then. But I think I provide enough of my thoughts to give you guys a full picture of how I'm currently feeling. So I hope you guys did enjoy this video. Remember to leave a like, subscribe to the channel if you are.
So this is a great video. I mean, I kind of yapped throughout the entire thing. I'm gonna leave the link down below, both in the video and in the stream. You guys go show Soul mad support. Like that video, comment, play it in the background. From a creator perspective, or like homie and the creator, Soul, you did a great job. Hyun did a great job, but I really want to, I know this wasn't a scripted vid, and I think this might be one of your first vids that you were just off the cuff. Hyun did an amazing job at keeping up the pace and cutting out any potential ums or dead air. So the entire video just flows. If I wasn't reacting to this, this would have been something that like passes by super smooth. Amazing. I'm very, very proud of you for being able to like do that. Really good stuff. I think ultimately Grok, is this true? Oh my gosh, bro. But ultimately, bro, as I said throughout the entire thing, I pretty much agree with so much of what you were saying. Some things I don't necessarily think I disagreed with, but I think I might have disagreed with the sentiment behind it, or rather like what you thought would happen. But only time will tell when it comes to that kind of stuff. Guys, if you guys watch this entire thing, and this depends on if I fix that corrupted part of the video or not. If you guys watch the entire thing, like I said, show Soul some love. Go to his original video. Tell him how you feel, whether or not you agree, disagree, whatever the case may be. Compliment him and Hyun on the editing. This is a great video. I'm going to get out of here. Thank you all for watching today's video. I can't say my usual outro because it's inappropriate for YouTube. Like the video, comment, subscribe. Smell you later. Oh. As I hit the stop button, I'm going to leave a comment. What if you just didn't play Soldier 11 anymore? Thoughts? There we go. Now give me pin comment. That was cool. That was cool. That was cool. Man, there's like, okay, let me show you guys. There are like 5 other videos that I wanted to watch. I'm not watching them right now because I'm tired, but oh wait, there is one that I do want to see though. But like I said, I'm tired. I really do want to see this one though. I want to watch the Lin kill. I think, you know what? I'm just going to watch it. I'm just going to watch it, but we'll talk about it tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow, but I really do want to watch the Lin kill. Okay. There's 2, there's a Japanese kill and then this kill, but let me see where it is.
Our first Ice Raptor agent and an Octopus Siren will be arriving soon. Granted, she only has 4 tails, but with 2 arms and 2 legs.
I think it's here. I just want to see this. Like I said, we'll probably break this down more tomorrow, or like watch the whole thing tomorrow. Not an hour, but like just the kill. But this kind of goes into what I was talking about with Yidhari overall and like her being strong. This sounds like a Sonic track. Specifically from like maybe Sonic CD years. Nah, this is Sonic R. This sounds like a Sonic R track. It might not be though. Wait, his opener is different. Hold on, let me see something. Okay, no. He starts off with. Okay, yeah, no, he does the same thing that I do. Oh, but you know what he doesn't do? He doesn't go for the excuse me, the hit. Her special EX skill. He just mashes and saves the meter. Does he do it here? Oh no, he saves it there too. I wonder why he saves it and just goes for. There it is. Okay, so that's the first one. Oh, you know what? Maybe it was to make sure he had all the buffs. Yeah, each one of those guys, pay attention, right? Each one of these hammer attacks during her enhanced hit or her smash down. If I'm not mistaken, that's 1,000,000 damage popping off. Is that 4 mil? That's 400K. Okay. Oh, that was so smooth. Look at this, guys. That's what I'm saying. I want to know what the soundtrack is too. I'll just DM him and ask him. But look at this. This is so smooth, right? So he does the Yidhari stuff. You're gonna see him swap in a Lycan, tap Hunter, Wandering Hunter with an attack, which is gonna activate Lycan's passive, and then swap into Lucia. All in a matter of like, it feels like, or it looks like one button press. Boom, Lycan. You see him Lycan's already doing the kick. Into Lucia. No time wasted at all right there. No, those, okay, yeah, I'm right. Those are 1,000,000 hits. That's 1,000,000. 700Ks. 1,000,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000. Like, yo. This is PGR? No shot. No, it's not. What? You gotta, if you find it, drop it in the Discord. Send that my way. About 19K. Okay. So when I played versus Wanderer, I was also getting about 19, somewhere between 17 to 21K with my rotation. So me getting my kill has to be somewhere else. I'm failing somewhere else. Maybe I'm not holding on to the meter enough, because he's holding on to his meter pretty quickly and just going for the slam down. Going to Lycan. There's that parry. Oh, and then he lets it rip. Okay. Oh, let's see. So he's not using her full EBA or enhanced fifth. He's only swinging in the air. So I guess he doesn't need it. At 41K now on the second stun. Good flip. That's about what? 44 before that second stun is done. Nice. And a minute left and you just need about 15K from here. Or no, I lied, 20K. He needs another 20K, but he's been getting 20K per stun. So this is absolutely possible. And this looks like such an easy kill for him because nothing crazy was happening here. All those millions again. Nice. Is that 2 mil? Yeah, 2.9 mil. 2.3 mils. Now he's at 56. He has Lycan's ult though, so he can get another stun really quick. Lucia ultimate, yep. If he stuns with like 20 more seconds left, he can pop this. He's still holding the meter. Do a good spin, that's another mil. Yep, there it is. This should be a stun. There it is. This looked like such a smooth kill. Yeah, that's 65K. You're dead. Wow. I wonder what I was doing incorrectly. I'm gonna go for this kill now. I don't have Lucia's W engine though, so there has to be a way that I can, maybe I can make up for that with having like an M1 Lycan or something like that. I don't know, but I want to see what were the builds here. This character is so satisfying to play. Let me see what we got. 20K, 65K, 136. This, okay, wait, my current Lucia, or not Lucia, Yidhari, my current Yidhari has these stats. Maybe not 20K. I think I have about 18, almost 19K. But I have these same stats. 24K on the Lucia. Lycan isn't anything crazy. M0. King of the Summit. Attack, attack, and impact with Steam Oven. Lucia has her engine though. HP, HP, HP. Man, that 15% damage boost, the max HP increase, like not having Lucia's engine is gonna blow. I also don't have Weeping Cradle. I don't have a good Lucia engine option. I guess Game Ball, but that doesn't matter if they're not weak to ether. This was such a smooth run, bro. I love that. We're gonna watch it again tomorrow, like just because I want to talk about Yidhari a little bit more. And like why she's such a great character. But what is Aqua barking at? Ain't nobody even at the door. Who's out there? That engine is OD. That engine is OD, man. Ridiculous. It is ridiculous. But guys, thank y'all for hanging out with me tonight. This was super cool. I didn't expect you guys to show up. Not because I don't want y'all to, right? Just, bro, it's, what is it? 11 o'clock. It's midnight somewhere, right? It's 11 o'clock. Damn it, I got the headphone here now. I gotta fix that. But yeah, YouTube stream, y'all showed out for a freaking short stream too. Like y'all were in the shorts category. Some of y'all came through because you were scrolling and you stuck around. You didn't scroll away. Thank you. I appreciate you. I really do. Twitch chat, y'all know how it is. You guys know I like you guys, bro. So it is what it is. Midnight in New York. See, Fox knows what's up, bro. But thank y'all. Will I see y'all tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe tomorrow I might work on content. I think tomorrow I might work on content. We might stream again, but if I do stream, I'm telling myself that I'm playing something else. I say that and then I'm probably gonna turn on fucking Wuthering Waves. I don't know. Who am I rooting for in the Sage Jam Slam this time around? Gale. Honestly, I'm a little upset at the Sage Jam Slam. I'm not gonna lie to you. Currently, I'm upset at the Sage Jam Slam. I really would have rathered him pick completely new faces. Like keep some that are familiar, but I would have loved seeing a bunch of new, smaller streamers get put into the space because opportunities like that significantly help everyone. Great example of this is someone like SK. SK isn't someone that needed the help per se, but now so many of us know who SK is when we didn't know before, right? So I feel like just having that would have been nice. I do Wooly. I might root for Wooly's side, so we'll see. I'll look at Sage Jam Slam and see like what's going on. Because when it started, the preliminary rounds, I was away at DreamHack, so I couldn't fully watch it. But now that I'm back, I'll look into it and see like what's going on. But we'll kind of go from there. But yeah, I don't know. Anyhow, thank y'all. I might see y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm out of here. All right. Peace out, Girl Scouts. YouTube, I'm cutting you guys off first just because it's a little easier. Thank y'all for hanging out. I'll see y'all later. Join the Discord. Exclamation mark Discord for all those that are still in here. Does it work if I do that? I don't think it works here. Wait. Does it do this? Okay, but if I do it from here, does that work? Oh, it works. All right, bet. YouTube chat. Join that Discord. Join that link. That way you can hang out with the boys and the girls. We got some big titty girls in the Discord. Don't listen to me. Don't any big titty girls in a Discord, they're mine. I automatically claim them. Like, you can't have them. I'm a very selfish harem collector. It is what it is. All right. I'm gonna see y'all later. Peace.